Good morning. I just want to see, I think Miss Fleury is with us. Are you ready to go?
Good morning. I'm ready to go.
Excellent. And just for the day, who do we have? Miss Frederico?
Yes, it's Casey.
Okay, Miss Frederico for future reference. That worked very well yesterday. I was impressed by letting y'all know who it was. Excellent. Mr. Bell, you have something before we get started?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to let you know that the Colorado Decarbonization Coalition has decided to waive its cross-examination of CEO's witness, let me see, Keith Hay.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Miss Van Giem.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. I just wanted to let you know that Cindy Copeland's availability has increased, and so she is able to join us at 9 a.m. today. So she's available from 9 to noon and then 1 to 3.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Mr. Larson.
Good morning, Madam Chair. The company's going to be waiving its cross-examination of Mr. Petroy for sweep.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Larson. Ms. McDonald.
Oh, I was just on. Mr. Shea is first up from Denver,
Okay.
so I was just waiting in the wings.
Just ready. I appreciate it. Any other modifications, Mr. Hyatt?
Yeah, one other item related to sweep witness, Mr. Petro. I don't want to speak for other parties, but I believe the other parties that had cross-examination for him are also going to waive. So I think it may come down to whether the commissioners have questions for him and whether he will appear today or not. And for clarity, it's County of Pueblo, Denver Pipe Fitters, and the City of Pueblo who have remaining cross for Mr. Petro.
Okay. Got it. Ms. Concilia.
Yes, Madam Chair, apologize for the lack of a suit jacket, but I'm shoveling snow on breaks. We are going to waive.
For the city as well as for the pipe fitters?
I'm sorry, for the county as well as the pipe fitters, and Mr. Davidson, I think, is going to waive on behalf of the city.
Got it. County and pipe fitters will waive. All right. Mr. Davidson, any update from you? People have implicated you might have an update. If not, no worries. We will wait. And since Mr. Petroy is not available after 11 a.m. today, I was anticipating he was going Monday if he was going. So,
And on that item, Commissioner Gilman, I mentioned yesterday, he actually now is available until 4 p.m. today, if that's helpful.
until 4 today. Okay, sorry, I didn't update. Too many places with notes. Okay. And he's good Monday, so anytime before 4 today and anytime Monday.
He is good on Monday. He'll be on vacation next week, so if we could at least give him a window, he could be ready to testify and not lose a whole day watching, that'd be ideal.
Got it. Okay, well, it sounds like it might just be, we just got 10 minutes from City of Pueblo left lingering, so we'll see if that sticks. Okay, excellent. Any other updates before we get started? Okay, let me just refresh on the witness order that I was thinking just to keep people fresh, since I have lost track of what the original order is because I've changed it so many times, just to try and make sure it all works out. Okay, we'll start out with Mr. Shea from City and County of Denver. Then we'll move to Miss Elam on City of Boulder. Copeland is City of Boulder as well, I think, right? And so should we just keep them together now that Copeland's available earlier, is what I heard, right?
Yes.
Okay. So why don't we just go with Copeland after Elam so they stay together? That works out okay. Then we'll move on to CDC witness Lush. Then And apologies if these are more out of order than you expected. It's in some cases dealing with older restrictions. Then we'll go to Dr. Billsback, then to Pierce, then EOC Bennett, then Sweep Brandt, and then Bickling. I'm guessing that's what we get through today, but we'll see how it goes. Mr. Tolbert. You are on mute, sir. Yeah.
Commissioner, Project Canary will waive its cross of Ms. Copeland. I'm sorry I didn't mention that earlier.
No, that's okay. I'll accept it at any time. Okay. She is still being crossed by Decarbonization Coalition though, so she is still on. Okay, got it. Thank you for that update. Appreciate it. Any questions with witness order for today? Okay. All right. In that case, we are back on the record in proceeding number 23A-0392EG, which is Public Service Company of Colorado's Clean Heat Plan application. And we will resume today by moving to the City and County of Denver. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, Commissioner. City and County of Denver calls Daniel Shea.
Morning, Mr. Shea.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And are you by yourself as you testify today?
I am.
Is anyone communicating with you in any way?
No.
If either of those things change during your testimony, can you please stop and let me know?
I will.
All right, back to you, Ms. McDonald.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please state your first and last name and spell them for the record?
Yes, Daniel Shea, D-A-N-I-E-L, last name Shea, S-H-E-A.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the City and County of Denver as the Senior Energy Policy Advisor in the Office of Climate Action, Sustainability, and Resiliency.
And did you author or direct the writing of cross-answer testimony, which has been marked and admitted as hearing exhibit 1801?
Yes, I did.
And if I asked you those same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And Commissioner Gilman, similar to Mr. Hagland, we have some very brief testimony, direct testimony on the Flex portfolio. Would you like me to go through that and then turn him over for cross?
Yes, ma'am. At your discretion, you have up to 10 minutes for direct regarding the Flex portfolio.
Great, thank you. Mr. Shea, have you reviewed hearing exhibit 116, which is rebuttal testimony of Mr. Jack Eiley, in which the company proposed a new portfolio called the Flex portfolio?
Yes, I have.
And has Denver's position on its preferred portfolio changed as a result of the company's proposed Flex portfolio and process?
No, Denver continues to support a portfolio consisting only of demand-side resources with a heavy emphasis on electrification as the most cost-effective approach to the portfolio. So while we appreciate the company's adjustments to reduce the portfolio's reliance on clean fuels and supplemented budgets for electrification, we continue to believe that efforts should be concentrated exclusively on the strategies outlined in our testimony and that of several other intervening parties. We would continue to encourage the Commission to approve a portfolio in line with the pollution-free buildings portfolio.
And if the Commission were to reject the pollution-free buildings portfolio or a portfolio like it, would Denver's position regarding the Flex portfolio change at all?
If that were to be the case, Denver would support a Flex portfolio with several modifications over the company's other proposed portfolios.
And could you briefly describe what those modifications might be that Denver would recommend?
Yes, I'd be happy to. So first, Denver would recommend that any Flex spending be explicitly limited to additional electrification or DSM. While the company says this is the intent of Flex spending, Denver would encourage guardrails to protect that funding for the most cost-effective measures and to prevent additional spending on clean fuels. Number two, we would, in line with WRA's testimony, suggest establishing a more ambitious electrification budgets and higher rebates prior to the 2026 flex check-in process to support a market transformation approach. We believe it will be important to lean into electrification as much as possible during the first 2 years. This should support market development and prime the pump for unlocked flex spending on additional electrification in subsequent budget years. Third, we would recommend that in regarding the flex check-in process, we would seek to ensure that interveners have adequate time to consider and respond to the company's proposal. We would suggest a wider window, perhaps 6 to 8 weeks, within which interveners can file response comments and have the opportunity to seek additional information through discovery. And finally, we continue to believe that speculative clean fuels investments are ill-advised. It would be preferable to avoid these investments altogether and keep the plan's costs lower, in our opinion, rather than spend $20 million annually on recovered methane and additional millions on other clean fuels. Those customer-funded dollars, we believe, would be better spent upgrading the distribution grid to better accommodate more cost-effective and long-term solutions like electrification.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. Do you have anything else to add at this time regarding the Flex portfolio?
No, not at this time. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Gilman, Mr. Shea is now available for cross-examination and commissioner questions.
Excellent. Really appreciate it. I have got Public Service Company Colorado for a whopping 5 minutes.
It's actually going to be shorter than that, Madam Chair. We had held the time, as we have with everyone testifying on the Flex portfolio, to potentially cross-examine. We're going to waive our examination of Mr. Shea.
Appreciate it, Mr. Larson. Commission Counsel.
I don't have any questions for the Denver witness. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Plant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a really quick question for you, Mr. Shea. Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Hope you guys are digging out there in Denver.
We're doing our best.
With regard to your response to the Flex portfolio, I was curious, you had mentioned that you think it would be a much more prudent investment of the $20 million to go towards distribution system upgrades and BE. And I was wondering if, as you're following the distribution system investments that have been in the TEP, in the DSM plan portfolio, whether you still think that the distribution system investments that are sort of being discussed in those proceedings are still inadequate to address the challenges. I know Denver's had a number of challenges around the distribution system. Wondering if you're seeing closing of that gap through those proceedings, you still see an additional need for that kind of investment through this plan.
Yeah, thank you for that question. As you mentioned, this is an issue that we are facing acutely in Denver in terms of our capacity constraints and folks, especially as it relates to complying with several of our policy initiatives here to reduce decarbonize our building sector. And that is, as you mentioned, sort of jointly tied to investments in electric vehicle charging infrastructure. So I wasn't necessarily saying we needed separate or additional funding. I think we need to analyze that a little bit more and see whether I think the distribution system planning process will be a great venue for that. So I'm not suggesting it should be through this plan, but our perspective is that money is better spent rather than investing in clean fuels, perhaps through another proceeding, pushing that funding perhaps into another proceeding in order to invest in the distribution grid, since we are seeing such tight constraints and we anticipate significant load growth as a result of this and other plans.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I had no further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, I have a couple questions for you. So Denver addresses transportation customers with it, transport gas customers, I should say, not like actual trucks or anything, within your testimony. And you agree that an M docket would be a way to look at the issue more broadly, but advocate in the meantime that they would receive clean heat incentives, like for electrification. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate.
Is part of your proposal also that they would pay into the rider, or that they would only be able to kind of benefit from the funds of the rider?
That's a good question. Our perspective was that we wanted the opportunity to benefit from. We want electrification to be as available, as broadly as possible to all customers. The M docket was the sort of venue for long-term answering that. I think in my testimony, I highlighted several shorter-term solutions that, I know several other parties are better positioned to speak to this because they sort of came up with the initial proposals to include transport customers. That's one option that we felt could satisfy this. Admittedly, I think our perspective was depending on the commission's findings or decision, whether they were included and paid into the plan or not, we still wanted them to be eligible for to participate in the programs.
Okay. And then also with regard to who pays for, let's say, electrification costs, program costs, you all advocate for little to no involvement of electric customers in paying for that in terms of rider, and that the majority or all of that, and sorry, some people are at 75%, some people are at 100. The majority or all of that you want it on in the gas rider, right?
That's correct.
So I just want to talk through, so some of those gas transport customers that you want to receive benefits, I'm guessing a pretty high amount of them are also electric customers of public service, would be my guess. Do you think that's a fair guess?
I suppose that's a fair guess. I don't know exactly.
Okay, so I'm trying to think through the interaction of these two recommendations of, first of all, how do we get transport customers either access or somehow promote electrification among that group, knowing that they may not be paying into a rider on the gas side. And then there's this whole, how does it break down in cost responsibility for electrification between electric and gas? And so I'm trying to figure out, if we had a gas transport customer who is an electric customer as well of the companies, and let's say the company gets their way, or there is some sharing of cost to electric customers, then technically that customer is paying in for the benefit if they're an electric customer and subject to that rider, presumably, so I'm trying to kind of think through the pros and cons of like how that percentage mix is, also taking into consideration who it might be applicable for, particularly considering this transport question. So I don't know, any thoughts on that interaction or how we should consider that, those two things interacting?
It's a great point. I think our perspective was that we felt an M docket was best to address both of those issues long term and resolve it. You're correct that if electric customers paid into the program and electrification, then those transport customers who are also electric customers would therefore be paying into it. I think our perspective was that the gas system is, what is statutorily required to decarbonize, and therefore we felt that we wanted the price signals to support that, and also to support electrification more broadly through lower rates on the electric side, and in the short term exposing the gas side to a little bit more of that price increase for customers to sort of see that on their bills and understand or see where I guess the long-term vision in the state is moving.
Okay. And then I know it's in Mr. Rogers' testimony, but I anticipate that you kind of know about the issue too. Mr. Rogers identifies a data issue in terms of kind of requests and recommendations that, I think city and county have issued over 1,000 rebates for electrification, but maybe only gotten kind of considerable data sharing that's been requested on about 10% of those. So maybe talk me through to the extent what's being asked for in terms of data, and why do you all think you need it? Like, why is it useful?
Thank you very much for asking about that. That is an issue that is very important to us. Some of this information is sort of secondhand because I hear it from our program administrators who are running our rebate programs, healthy homes programs, our building performance standards policy, and the data is really important because it helps us assess how effective our programs are, and it helps us to support our community members in identifying identifying solutions to address their building performance requirements, or take initiative on decarbonizing their home heating, being involved in our rebate programs and other programs. So it's information that, based on my conversations with our program administrators, is just vitally important, and it's only going to become more of an issue moving forward because involvement in these programs is likely to, we anticipate, increase substantially in the coming years.
You're on mute, Commissioner.
Got one for the day. Done. It looks to me like Denver also submitted some information about average project costs that y'all have been collecting, like average project cost data for the electrification you've been seeing.
Is that in Mr. Rogers' testimony?
I think it is. 1,800 is probably him, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Yeah. So if you're not aware of that, that's fine. I was just kind of curious. I don't know if you all did the comparison, how the average cost you're seeing for electrification projects on the actual projects you've seen done compare to like the assumptions being used for the cost of electrification in the modeling here.
I'm sorry, I wish I had better information on that, but I think Mr. Rogers and maybe some of the folks from our buildings and homes teams would be better positioned to provide you with accurate information.
No worries. I think it's all here because we have a chart from Mr. Rogers, and then we have a chart. I was just trying to be lazy and see if someone did it for me.
Sorry, I wish I could make it easier on you.
Let's see. You recommend limiting this clean heat plan to 3 years, or this, kind of planning cycle more or less to 3 years? Is that accurate?
No, we agreed with, was this in reference to staff's position to limit the initial planning cycle to 3 years and have it align with strategic issues?
I think so. I had in my notes that you wanted to limit this clean heat plan to 3 years and combine with the next DSMSI.
No, our position was, while we agreed in theory with the with staff's recommendation, we did not like the idea of limiting this plan to 3 years. We felt that it would not provide enough sort of baseline information on how systems and programs are being rolled out and how effective they've been. So we wanted to continue this as planned for 5 years, and then align the following strategic issues proceeding with the clean heat plan in I guess 2028 if basically still agree with combining the clean heat and strategic issues in the long term, but we don't want to limit this plan to 3 years.
Got it. Okay. Thanks for the clarification. Those are my only questions. Ms. McDonald, back to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. If I may just circle back with Mr. Shea on one question that you asked, I just want to make sure we get you the information to the extent we know it that you need. Mr. Shea, Commissioner Gilman had just asked you about the data sharing, the issues that Denver has been having. Do you know the specific data points? I think that's one of the pieces you were asking Commissioner Gilman as to the specific data points that we're having issues collecting. And if you don't know if that's coming from someone else, I just wanted to make sure we hit that.
I have them available. They're in. We are addressing this issue in the DSM and BE proceeding as well. So I do have more specific data points that I could pull up and share if you're interested in seeing those here. I leave that to. Would that be beneficial to have those at this time?
We can see them here, or they can be in your SOP, just so I'm very clear what the areas.
We will make those very clear in the SOP.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Shea. I have nothing further, Commissioner.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Shea, you are excused, sir. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you all.
Okay, next we have City of Boulder. For both your witnesses, we'll start with Ms. Elam. Go ahead, Ms. Van Geem, if you want to call her.
The City of Boulder calls Carolyn Elam.
Good morning, Ms. Elam.
Good morning, Commissioner Gilman. Good to see you again.
Good to see you. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And are you alone as you testify today?
I am.
Is anyone communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes during your testimony, will you please stop and let me know?
I will.
Okay, back to you, Ms. Van Geem.
What is your name, and can you spell it for the record?
Yes, my name is Carolyn, Carolyn, Elam, Elam.
And for whom are you employed?
I'm employed by the City of Boulder as a Sustainability Senior Manager.
And did you cause to be filed in the record the following testimony on behalf of the City of Boulder in this proceeding, hearing exhibit 800, answer testimony and attachments 1 through 4, along with hearing exhibit 803, cross answer testimony?
I did.
And both have been admitted into the record, correct?
Correct.
And do you have any revisions to the testimony today?
I do not.
Ms. Elam is now ready for a cross-examination.
Excellent, thank you. And I think we just have Public Service Company. Let me get the timing here. 15 minutes, Mr. Roselli.
Thank you, Chair Gilman. Good morning, Ms. Elam. How are you doing?
Good, thank you, Mr. Roselli. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I haven't actually met you, but good to meet you as well. I'm counsel for Public Service Company, as you probably know by now. Just have a few questions to ask you today. You in your testimony opposed the company's original proposed residential blending project, right?
Correct.
I should be more careful. I've said hydrogen so many times, I sometimes omit it now. You oppose the company's original proposed hydrogen blending demonstration project, right?
Correct.
Have you reviewed the company's rebuttal testimony with regard to hydrogen blending demonstrations?
I have.
Okay, so you're aware, and the testimony and the proceeding has also gone to this, that the company is now proposing to do 2 different things first?
Correct.
Okay, so just so that we're straight on the record, one of them is what we called blending demonstration, hydrogen blending demonstration at a company facility.
Correct.
And then the other is hydrogen blending demonstration involving one or more commercial partners who want to receive that blended hydrogen.
Yeah, that's my understanding, yes.
Okay, I guess I want to check in first, and on each of those, does Boulder also propose or oppose, I should say, the company-based blending demonstration initiative that the company brought forward in its rebuttal case?
Boulder continues to oppose leveraging clean heat plan dollars for either of those demonstrations.
Well, that covers my second question. Also opposed to the initiative involving a commercial customer, right?
Yes, at this time.
Okay. At this time, are you suggesting that could change in the future?
Yes, I think my position is that within the context of this plan, it's my position that those demonstrations are either premature or unsupported in the record to move forward.
Within this plan?
Correct.
Gotcha. I'd like to pull up what we've had marked as hearing exhibit 144 from the company's box. And we'll just wait for it. And I'll tell you what it's going to be. It's going to be a discovery response from Boulder. Do you see that document, Ms. Elam?
I do.
And does it look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
I want to scroll down to make sure that we see that you are, in fact, the Carolyn Elam who sponsored this.
I am, correct.
Okay, and so let me start with this. We asked you about Boulder's position with regard to hydrogen blending demonstrations, and I want to focus on the first part of your answer here. Ms. Elam agrees that demonstrations are appropriate prior to scaling a new technology or use, and that such determination can be prudent, but only if there is reasonable confidence that what is being demonstrated would be viable at scale. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay. And am I correct in understanding from your testimony that your concerns about viability at scale correlate to some of the concerns that have generally been raised with hydrogen in this proceeding relating to things like company infrastructure compatibility and impact on appliances, those kinds of things?
That is correct in the case of the first demonstration we discussed regarding the demonstration in advance of residential blending. I would add it's also applicable to the second. I think I have an additional concern regarding the industrial or commercial scale demonstration proposal, which is that we have no ability to understand what scale is in the context of that because we do not know what the customer or specific applications are.
Okay, but it's fair to say that these concerns are what leads you to question viability at scale?
Correct.
Okay. And would you agree that one of the ways to address these kinds of concerns about use of hydrogen, compatibility with company infrastructure, interaction with customer appliances, whatever the nature of the concerns, one of the ways to address those concerns would be to conduct a small scale demonstration project? Provided
the demonstration project was appropriately designed and informed, yes.
Okay. So, but you raise concerns about proceeding with the demonstration project because of concerns that hydrogen technology might not be viable at scale, right?
Correct. In the applications presented by the company, I believe the demonstration is premature to advancing the science and knowledge across the scientific community. And I do not believe it's practical based on the science and our current understanding to assume that it could be viable for broad deployment blending that is appropriate in the broad context of the distribution system.
But so you have made a determination that hydrogen is not viable at scale yourself? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that there is insufficient evidence for me to conclude that it is viable. at this juncture, and I think it's premature for the company to move to demonstration, given some of the gaps in knowledge that exist within what's already been demonstrated across, in other applications or within the literature from what I have seen.
Do you know if the Colorado legislature has made a determination that clean hydrogen is not viable at scale?
We're referring to two different things, Mr. Roselli. I'm referring to hydrogen blending in the distribution system. I'm not referring to hydrogen production from clean resources.
Well, let me be clear, neither am I. I'm talking about the use of hydrogen on a customer-facing basis, not the production of hydrogen, just so we're clear together, okay?
I think there's nuances in what a customer-facing basis is.
Okay, well, let me see if I can unpack this a little bit. Has the Colorado legislature made a determination that hydrogen is not viable at scale for an LDC to use to provide blended hydrogen to its customers?
I would agree that it has not determined it is not appropriate. It has not determined it is appropriate either.
Do you agree that green and blue hydrogen have the potential to be zero or very low carbon sources of energy for a use in a variety of sectors?
I believe green hydrogen has the capability of being a low emission source, or low to no emission source for applications. I believe the degree to which blue hydrogen is a low emission source is still to be determined.
I want to pull up from our box next, if I could, for a moment. It's House Bill 21264. I think it is hearing exhibit 141, but you might have to check me on that, Ms. Federico.
That was one that was previously admitted, right?
Yes.
Sorry, you had a new one in your box. So I wanted to make sure it wasn't a duplicate.
Well, let's be careful. If we have a new hearing exhibit 141 in our box, I'm not sure I want to display something that's sitting in our box that we haven't previously had admitted. I thought we had a prior, there you go. That's it.
Yes, I used the old one.
Okay, we may have to, if we have another exhibit sitting in our box that's marked 141, we may have to tend to that separately so we don't have dueling exhibit numbers, but you've got the right one. Could you do, are you able, Ms. Federico, to quickly do a word search on blue and take us to that portion of the text? So I want to ask again, Ms. Elam, do you see the text there that's been highlighted?
Yes, I do.
Do you agree that green and blue hydrogen have the potential to be zero or very low carbon sources of energy for use in a variety of sectors?
I do. And as I answered, I also believe that green hydrogen, I have confidence that green hydrogen can be a low carbon source. I said the degree to which blue hydrogen will prove that out is in question.
Okay, fair.
But it has the potential. I agree. It has the potential.
You can take that down. Thank you for finding that, Ms. Federico. And if you could put back up 144, the discovery response, I'd appreciate that. I think we've reached agreement, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, that the Colorado legislature has not said that the use of hydrogen in the context of clean heat plans is not viable at scale.
Correct.
In fact,
I agree with you.
They've encouraged LDCs like the company to consider green and blue hydrogen as emissions reductions tools on their system, haven't they?
They have.
So I'm concerned about the circularity and what you're presenting as your concerns, because it appears that you're saying companies shouldn't be allowed to do a demonstration project because there are concerns about the long-term viable use of hydrogen at scale, but the company can't use hydrogen at any scale on its system until it has conducted a demonstration project. Do you see circularity in there?
I do not, but I understand that you do.
Would you be comfortable with the company proceeding to introduce blended hydrogen on its system outside of any demonstration context? Would you be comfortable with the company proceeding to use blended hydrogen, not having conducted any demonstration of the use of blended hydrogen in that kind of a capacity?
It depends on the application in which the company is proposing to use hydrogen.
So from your perspective, there may not be a need for any demonstrated use of hydrogen before hydrogen's used in any kind of scale as you describe it?
It depends on the application.
I also want to focus on the last part of your response. The small scale demonstration does not add to what has already been demonstrated by others. That part of your response, do you see that?
I do.
You would agree that the use of blended hydrogen on Piesco's system, the company's system, that has not been demonstrated by anybody, right?
That is correct.
Nobody hasn't done this before, right?
Correct.
Assuming the company is going to take its first steps in using blended hydrogen on its system, wouldn't it make sense for that first step to be a limited scale demonstration project?
Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, assuming the company is going to deploy hydrogen, blended hydrogen on its system in some capacity and in some context, wouldn't a reasonable first step be to do a limited scale demonstration project, the kinds of projects the company is proposing?
Again, presuming the demonstration is applicable to the application, yes.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by assuming the demonstration. Can you repeat that answer, please?
Yeah, I mean, you're using demonstration in a generalized sense. And my response is the demonstration needs to tie to what is the practical application and prove out what is necessary to demonstrate prior to moving to full scale. In that context, then yes, I agree, the demonstration would be appropriate.
Well, one application that has been identified as a potential area to explore hydrogen use is in what I'll call industrial or hard to decarbonize sectors. Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
In fact, in your testimony, I think you talked about Amazon using hydrogen to operate its forklifts. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that's at an Amazon warehouse facility in Aurora?
Correct.
So if the company, you understand how the company is proposing to proceed with this commercial blending initiative, it's going to issue an RFI, a request for information.
Correct.
It's going to try to find commercial or industrial partners who are interested in receiving that kind of blended hydrogen.
Correct.
So you're fine, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're fine. I think you quoted it or cited it with some affirmation. You're fine with Amazon using hydrogen in its forklifts in Aurora, right?
Correct.
So assume a world where Amazon responds to this RFI and is selected as one of the commercial partners where the company would provide blended hydrogen to Amazon to heat that giant warehouse or for other potential applications in Aurora. Would you be okay with that?
I think it depends.
Depends on what?
Well, in concept, yes, I agree that that could be something that's appropriate and prudent. My concern is it implies that I would prioritize that over other investments that can be made towards achieving the company's clean heat plan targets, which I do not.
So,
in the absence of evidence of what the potential emissions reductions are from that application.
well, a demonstration project could help us understand what the potential emissions reductions are because we could consider that, correct?
Yeah, and my comment is more to do, is it just Amazon or does it have broad applicability? So again, it would, in the absence of understanding what the application is that we would be demonstrating, it's difficult to then forecast the contribution, replicating that would lead to in terms of the company's emissions target. That's the concern.
Well, the application we'd be demonstrating is the company's ability to safely use blended hydrogen in a live customer context to provide blended hydrogen to a commercial customer, right?
That's the proposal, yes.
Would you agree with me that a blended hydrogen demonstration project could perhaps begin to address some of the various concerns that have been raised about hydrogen in this proceeding?
Generally, yes, I agree.
Ms. Elam, thank you for your time. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Roselli.
Thanks, Mr. Roselli. Commission Counsel.
I don't have any questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Plant.
I have no questions for Ms. Elam.
All right. Ms. Elam, I have just a couple questions for you. Your comments, in addition to Mr. Shays, which I just asked him about, point to real frustration in data sharing as well in pursuit of the goals. Can you explain to me kind of where's the failure been and what data are you looking to get and why do you think you need it?
Yeah, I think there's a few scales to it. So I think consistent with the context Mr. Shea provided, we deploy services to assist businesses in particular with planning for how they can affect efficiency. So conducting audits, engineering studies, and often it is easier for that commercial entity to just allow the company to directly send us data to use in those studies rather than having to dig through all of their own records to try and produce it. So that's one of the examples that would be appropriate. The other issue we've had specifically in the city of Boulder is we rely on community energy reports as an example of for our emissions calculations. And we've often struggled to get either, consistent application of existing waivers. So for example, this past year, our largest gas user was excluded from the community energy report, despite the fact they had a standing data release. And honestly, in doing so, the company disclosed to us what their actual gas use is. It was not a problem in the instance of this particular customer, but it's been an inconsistent processing of those data waivers. I think the other issue we have is like Denver, the city of Boulder has benchmarking ordinance, which does require data releases for tenants within buildings. And I think we have no visibility into the completeness of the data that's being provided to us based on whether those data releases are resulting in a complete data set that's being provided to us. Boulder has additional issues that are not necessarily explicit to this proceeding around maintaining our understanding of our system as a whole, consistent with our franchise and settlement agreement. And that's 8760 load data, but that's a data privacy issue that we acknowledge as opposed to just not getting consistent and timely releases of data.
Okay, thanks. One other thing I wanted to explore to you suggest in your testimony a third-party administrator concept or role. So I was hoping you could elaborate on that a little more to me to help me understand what you see as that party's role and why you see that as necessary.
Yes, I'm happy to do that. I think one thing I just name, I had a little bit of recognition of one of the struggles I had with this particular plan is some of the conversation that happened yesterday around this feels like a phase one, just figuring out what needs to be implemented. And that leaves us not understanding how the company would intend to achieve the emissions reduction targets through actual programming and implementation. I think we've seen a strong focus on just rebating our way into success which we know will not be successful. And we've seen third-party implementers, bring in more innovation around like navigational support, different programming, whether that be offering on-bill financing or tariff-specific on-bill financing, energy as a service, things that reduce total cost of implementation, but provide more agility and response to the market, who are maybe more in tune with the breadth of what we're trying to accomplish. So in concept, I think there's a number of ways it could be accomplished, but I think it would be there could be opportunity for the commission to drive a process to inform such. It may not be appropriate for the first few years of this plan. That may be to get timely launch, but I do think there's a space to look at whether there are different delivery models that can more cost effectively achieve it. Lower administrative costs, more consistent with example, the 6% administrative cost that was assumed by SWEEP in their analysis, I think can be delivered by a nonprofit style implementer, such as we've seen in Maine, as well as in the Pacific Northwest, through like NEEP and NEA, and the examples I provided there. I think the company could potentially be requested to seek through RFI or RFP, interested in providers that could deliver that. We are also concerned about kind of the closed nature of some of the delivery programs that continue in the DSM and BE proceeding, meaning that they rely on a single provider rather than aggregation of services, which we think inherently slows progress, and is maybe not the most cost-effective solution. So that's some of the basis why we recommended considering that approach. And then also in the context of the other utilities, we certainly recognized in this proceeding, as well as theirs, just this, what we described as, or I described as an inherent conflict behind what we're asking the gas utility to do to attract customers off of it through electrification. And that it raises questions on how successfully they can deliver that with absent substantial oversight from the commission.
Cool. Okay. And then just really quickly on, you had brought up some of the interest in the DSM proceeding in terms of diversifying providers to ensure we can meet the need. You're not recommending we have multiple third-party administrators, one third-party administrator, but they would make sure that sort of diversification happens under that. I want to make sure I wasn't lost in what you're recommending for multiple.
No, I mean, there may be, I think in my testimony, I proposed something like, partnering with potential implementers like Energy Outreach Colorado, who's successfully done, for example, neighborhood suite models or things that we think will more efficiently drive uptake in DSM and BE, and also address some of our concerns around stranded investment on the gas infrastructure. I mean, I think I focused quite a bit on the importance of targeted BE and DSM to help us mitigate the rate impacts and bill impacts on customers left on the gas system. So I do think that there's a good opportunity for an administrator to partner with a variety of implementers who can effectively target aspects of the plan.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. I was like, I think I know what this means, but I wanted to be sure I knew what you meant. Back to you, Ms. Van Giem. Those are my only questions.
Thank you, Chair Gilman. Carolyn, during your cross-examination with Mr. Roselli today, one of the concerns that you identified with the company's hydrogen blending projects was the use of clean heat funds for the demonstrations. Can you explain your concerns related to that a little bit?
Yeah, thank you. And I think my concern stems from this. I don't disapprove of demonstrations in concept. I think this plan deals with a lot of complexity around the need to achieve emissions reductions, and specifically the state targets around 2030. And I think has been acknowledged in this plan, we do not have a portfolio that's been presented that can be executed within the cost cap. And so recognizing that we don't have unlimited sources of funding to move forward, I think we need to be hyper-focused on what can be commercially viable within the time frame of this plan. and with the mindset towards the 2030 target. I was concerned about assumptions that influenced the E3 model related to the hydrogen blending, and that it presumed nth plant cost when we don't have plant 1 in terms of blue hydrogen. There's infrastructure concerns. So I think there's a future context in which demonstrations would be appropriate, but I don't believe that given the financial constraints, it's appropriate to do so now and within the constraints of this plan.
Thank you. And another concern that you identified with the hydrogen blending projects, demonstration projects, was the absence of evidence in the record to support them or to evaluate them. Can you explain a little bit about that?
Yes, correct. So had the company already conducted its RFI and was bringing forward more context around what those hard to electrify industrial applications might look like and what that potential customer base is, we could then determine whether the potential for emissions reduction is there and whether the amount to be invested in that demonstration was then prudent. In the absence of that information, it's hard to evaluate whether we're talking about a niche application, a single customer, or something that could have broad impact. And that's the concern related to that industrial usage. Similarly, how you serve that customer ties into our broader concerns about the distribution system. It's far different, like in the Amazon application I cited in testimony. All of that generation and use that they're currently doing with that is on site. There's no transport in the distribution system. There's no reliance on the company's gas transmission or distribution system to serve that customer. So it really matters where we're seeking to conduct any kind of blending or delivery of hydrogen within the system as a whole. That information is also not in the record at this time.
Thank you. And I would also just like to touch on the topic of the legislative declaration that Mr. Roselli brought up for you to opine on, saying that blue and green hydrogen has the potential to be low emissions or no emissions. Can you clarify how that policy legislative declaration might be different than actually establishing that blue hydrogen can be low emission in the evidentiary record?
Yes. So I think the legislative intent recognizes that there is technology development going on around blue hydrogen and the ability to deliver a lower emission fuel. My concern is it does not predetermine that it will be that low emission fuel. It has the potential. So I agree with that. The issue at hand is that there is no current source of blue hydrogen, nor has it been demonstrated at scale that the low emissions that the company assumed in its application is even feasible. As I recall, they were assuming an emissions intensity of less than 4. And there's nowhere in the market today where you can acquire that. And so those are kind of the issues of concern. I would also offer that the statute is mute on how that hydrogen gets used. For example, it is not discussed in any way blending it into the distribution system as the way to achieve those reductions. There are different opportunities that could be something like, displacing natural gas in heavy duty fleet that are currently using natural gas off the system by blending it at that fueling station as an example, but that was not what was proposed yet here. So to the extent that it has opportunity, I certainly agree with it. I just don't believe that the company's provided adequate information for us to evaluate the prudency of what they propose to spend.
Thanks. Is there anything further that came up during cross-examination that you would like to clarify today?
No, I think those were the main points I had.
Thanks. No further questions, Chair Gilman.
Thank you all.
Chair Gilman, very quickly, I omitted to move hearing exhibit 144 into evidence. We talked about it quite a bit. I think it would assist the record if it's actually in the record. So I would move that discovery response hearing exhibit 144 into evidence.
Ms. Van Giem, do you need to see that brought up, or do you have a response now?
No objection.
Okay, so admitted. Thanks, Mr. Roselli.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Elam, you are excused. If I didn't say that already, forget. Okay, you can move us on to Ms. Copeland, Ms. Van Giem.
Thank you, Chair Gilman. The City of Boulder calls Cindy Copeland.
Good morning, Ms. Copeland. I don't have sound for you, yeah.
Is that working now?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Great.
I had to change my settings.
Thank you. It doesn't normally work out so quickly. I'm relieved you got it. Okay. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And are you by yourself as you testify today?
Yes, I am.
Is anyone communicating with you in any way?
No, they're not.
And if that changes during your testimony, will you please stop and let me know?
Yes, I will.
Excellent. She's available, Ms. Van Giem.
What is your name, and can you spell it for the record?
Yes, my name is Cindy Copeland, and that's spelled CINDY-COPELAND.
And for whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Boulder County.
And what is your role?
My role is Air and Climate Policy Advisor, and I'm in the Commissioner's Office for Boulder County.
Did you cause to be filed in the record the following testimony on behalf of the City of Boulder in this proceeding? Hearing Exhibit 802, your answer testimony with attachments 1 through 6, as well as Hearing Exhibit 804, your cross answer testimony, revised version 1?
Yes, I did.
And both have been admitted into the record, right?
Yes.
Do you have any revisions to this testimony today?
No, I do not.
Ms. Copeland is ready for cross-examination.
Thanks, Ms. Van Giem. I just have the Decarbonization Coalition, Mr. Bell. 20 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Ms. Copeland. I don't believe we have ever met before, but my name is Devin Bell, and I'm one of the attorneys that represents the Colorado Decarbonization Coalition. How are you today, ma'am?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing all right. I know your time is valuable, so let's just jump right into it. Ms. Copeland, you submitted answer testimony in this matter, which has been designated as Hearing Exhibit 802. Is that right?
Yes.
And you also submitted cross-answer testimony in this matter, which has been labeled as Hearing Exhibit 804. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You understand that Public Services Clean Heat Portfolio contains a certified natural gas pilot, right?
Yes.
Do you know who the certifier of that pilot program is?
Yes, I believe that's Project Canary.
Okay. Have you heard of a company called Context Labs?
No, I have not.
Okay. You do not discuss Context Labs in either your answer or cross-answer testimony, isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You do not discuss Context Labs platform, is that right?
Correct.
Nor the data that Context Labs would otherwise utilize, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You do not discuss the next-gen gas methodology in either your answer or your cross-answer testimony, isn't that right?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And you do not discuss how the next-gen gas methodology was otherwise utilized in Public Services Clean Heat Portfolio, is that right?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay. Ms. Copeland, short and sweet, those are all the questions I have for you today. I can't thank you enough for your time.
Great, thank you.
All right, I think we are on to Commission Counsel.
I don't have any questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Dundas. Commissioner Plant.
I have no questions either.
I also do not have any questions, Ms. Copeland, so That was quick. Back to you, Ms. Van Giem.
Hi, Ms. Copeland.
Sorry, yes.
Just quickly, is there anything that came up during the cross-examination with Mr. Bell that you need to clarify?
Nope.
Okay, great, thanks.
All right, Ms. Copeland, you are excused. Thank you for your testimony. I'm showing next, we'll move on to Mr. Lush. So, if that's you, Mr. Bell or Mr. Tate, but if you'd like to call up your witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Colorado Decarbonization Coalition will call Edward Lush.
Good morning, Mr. Lush.
Good morning.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And are you alone as you testify today?
I am.
And is anyone communicating with you in any way?
Nobody.
And if that changes during your testimony, will you please stop and let me know?
I will do.
Excellent. Back to you, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Lush, how are you, sir?
I'm well, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing great. I know your time is valuable, so let's just jump right into it. Could you say your name and spell it for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Edward Lush. So first name is Edward and last name is Lush.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed by Williams.
And in what capacity?
I am a director of low carbon products in the New Energy Ventures Group.
Did you submit testimony in the proceedings today?
I did. I submitted cross-answer testimony.
Okay. Ms. Federico, would you mind pulling up out of our box.com exhibit 203? It'll be the most recent one. And Mr. Lush, could we scroll down a little bit, Ms. Federico? Perfect. Thank you so much. Mr. Lush, did this appear to be the cross-answer testimony that you submitted?
It does, subject to a few clerical corrections. One, a very unfortunate typo on the front page. Some other edits to reflect some of the statutory cross-references to correct those. And then finally, a couple edits to revise the ordering of the exhibits or the numbering of the exhibits. Otherwise, substantively, this is my testimony.
Okay. If I asked you the same questions today, would the substance of your answers be the same?
It would, yes.
Okay. Madam Chair, I have reached out to all counsel, albeit several times, unfortunately. I'm sure they're sick of hearing from me. But we would move to admit the corrections contained in hearing exhibit 203.
All right. Any objection? All right. It will be admitted. Thank you.
And with that, Madam Chair, Mr. Lush is now available for cross-examination.
Sorry, one quick question. It looks like the title is revision 2, but it's still labeled as revision 1, which is the old one. Do you mind if I can, I think I can fix that to have the header reflect revision 2 like the title?
That would be great. Thank you so much. Every day is a struggle.
Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Federico. Appreciate your help as always. Okay, we will go to City of Boulder for 10 minutes. Ms. Van Giem.
Good morning, Mr. Lush.
Good morning.
My name is Veronique Van Giem, and I will be asking questions on behalf of the City of Boulder this morning. It should be pretty quick. I don't think we'll be taking our entire time. So just to focus on your cross-answer testimony, on page 10, you talk about Long Path Technologies, Inc. being used to continuously monitor and reconcile emissions along with CNG pilot pathway. Along the CNG pilot pathway, is that right?
Yep, that's correct.
And can you clarify what % of midstream operations you expect to be covered by Long Path's continuous monitoring or a similar continuous monitoring technology that quantifies emissions?
So with respect to the pathway we're looking at for this transaction, and when I say pathway, it is tracing the flow of the gas from the point of production through our midstream facilities into delivery downstream. The entirety of the pathway across our assets would be monitored by LongPath. That would be compressor stations and one processing facility.
So you're saying 100% of midstream operations, is that right?
That's right, 100% by LongPath, and then as part of the next-gen gas methodology, we would complement the stationary LongPath monitors with aerial flyovers, so by planes, and then we have some customer arrangements with satellites. Currently, those satellites are tasked elsewhere across our asset base, but subject to approval of the pilot by the commission, we would look into tasking those satellites to cover our DJ Basin assets as well. So multiple layers of monitoring to drive confidence in the emissions data.
Thank you. You also speak to LongPath using an invisible laser beam to actively detect and quantify methane emissions from natural gas operations, right?
That is correct.
Can you clarify for us how the LongPath technology targets source-specific emissions using a laser from long distances?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's important when you talk about continuous emissions monitors, there's various different technologies. So there are some sensors that I would consider passive sensors. You affix them at the fence line and they require on the wind to blow the emissions into that sensor's pathway for it to detect the emission. LongPath is what I will call an active monitoring technology. So there is a central node that transmits a laser across the site. And there are various, what LongPath calls reflectors. So that laser, you slice a site into various different sort of pies almost. And the idea is you set a reflector up across from the laser passing over any significant or even insignificant source of emission. So you can slice a site into 8 to 12, perhaps different pies, and that laser just constantly rotates across the site. And the idea is with the laser transmitting, coming back off the reflector, it can then measure and detect emissions at a site.
Thank you. That is all my questions for today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Van Geem. Appreciate it. Let me see. I think we are up to commission questions. Commission counsel, any questions?
Not for this witness, thank you.
Commissioner Plant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Mr. Lush. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner Plant.
I just had a couple of quick questions for you. You probably heard some of our discussions around the project, the proposed project a little earlier, but I wanted to see if you could clarify anything for me. One of the things we talked about was some testimony that we heard that the average methane emission percentage nationwide was 0.8. I think we also heard that there's some legislation in a couple of states either being considered or that has passed that limit emissions at the production to 0.2%. I'm just trying to understand where we are in Colorado. If you have any idea of where our average emissions are, with keeping in mind that we have some pretty stringent regulations around that.
Yeah, I don't know, in all honesty, what a Colorado average would be. I know the data is reported on an aggregate. Here are the emissions. You would need to then correlate that with the throughput to come up with the actual intensity number. I would suspect, and pontificating perhaps in a hearing like this maybe isn't the wisest thing to do, but
pontificate away.
Given the heightened regulation here in Colorado, I would suspect that the emissions intensity of operations here in Colorado, particularly the DJ Basin, is probably some of the lowest in the country for a basin that has the geological composition of sort of oil and gas that we do have here in the state. But certainly the goal of this pilot is to go above and beyond any regulatory federal and state benchmark right now when it comes to a threshold for emissions intensity. And not just above and beyond in terms of the aggregate number, but above and beyond in the sense of this. And I think there's been a little bit of misunderstanding about what this pilot is in the written testimony. It's not just upstream emissions, but it's taking upstream emissions and then continuing to track and trace those emissions across our midstream assets. So it would be production plus gathering plus processing. So a much more holistic look at supply chain emissions. And then even though you're including more assets, a number that is still lower than any sort of federal or state intensity threshold.
So thank you for that clarification. So you're saying that it would be production, gathering, storage, everything basically upstream of the distribution system? Is that essentially where?
Almost. So everything up until the gas is delivered into sort of the intrastate transmission pipeline from which PSCO then is delivered gas. So there's one little piece in the full supply chain that's missing. But if you look at overall studies about where emissions most commonly occur across the supply chain, it's production, it's gathering, processing. So we're getting sort of the highest emitting portions of the supply chain covered by this program.
And so I think that one of the things that we were discussing is that the delta between sort of where we are today under existing regulations and where we would be in terms of reduced emissions under what Williams is proposing would be reflected in in basically an environmental attribute that we would then use to apply to emissions reductions. But if we don't have a good sort of calculation of what that baseline is, how do we calculate the net benefit from the Williams proposal?
Yeah, good question. And that's frankly one of the big challenges in this space is coming up with good data against which to compare continuous improvement. So certainly part of the goal of this pilot is let's measure a pathway in a manner that measurement hasn't been done in the past and come up with a number against which just purely this supply chain we can measure continuous improvement. Bigger picture, if you look at the emissions intensity number that is in discussion here with Xcel Energy, the 0.25% number that I think Ms. Quillian mentioned in her written testimony and in her comments, that's a 0.25% number for this pilot that is upstream plus gathering and processing. That would be below the methane waste emission charge, otherwise known as the methane fee. And that, as Ms. Quillian showed yesterday with one of her exhibits, would be below the upstream only intensity threshold. In fact, 0.25% is akin to, or actually still lower than the 2030 upstream intensity goal. And again, that's just upstream, and this would be upstream plus midstream. So in terms of where those averages are, it's a little bit, frankly, unknown. It's basin specific, it's operator specific. But the goal here with this pilot is we go above and beyond any existing federal or state threshold to demonstrate really what the emissions are in a granular and robust manner and continue to drive for improvement against that number on its own.
Okay, so part of the pilot would be establishing what the actual baseline is prior to the extra actions. And just out of curiosity, and I know this isn't a part of the program, but I get to go on my last question. I get to get a far field. So I'm just curious if you're, one of the issues that we as well as other states have had are fugitive emissions throughout the upstream system. So including distribution system. I've seen percentage estimates, everything from 2.5% to 11%. And I'm wondering if you're aware of accurate technologies for evaluating those fugitive methane emissions throughout the system. And I understand that's beyond what you're proposing here, but you're an expert, so I thought I'd ask you.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really beyond the scope of my testimony, because that's exactly what this framework is attempting to do. It's attempting to come up with a much more robust way to measure emissions using multiple different forms of data. So if you have some time, I'll kind of give you a brief overview as to how this works. It begins with a bottom-up measurement of emissions. So rather than using an emissions factor generated estimate, we'll go out there as part of this next-gen gas methodology and take source-specific measurements. So at that particular site, what that component is actually potentially leaking, and then use that as the basis for our calculation. That could be higher than the generic emission factor. It could be lower, but what we do know is it's more accurate. And then we'll build that up. All of those individual components will correlate that to our operational data, so our throughput data, come up with an emissions number. And then, as I mentioned on Cross to Ms. Van Giem, we're using multiple different forms of technology to try and reconcile that number, drive confidence in that number. And frankly, there's a lot that's being written right now in academic literature about how you develop what's called measurement-informed inventories, bottom-up, top-down. The University in Texas at Austin has done a lot of writing, the School of Mines. It's the foundation that's used in the United Nations Environmental Program's OGMP 2.0 framework. But the idea is you go beyond just an estimate using emissions factors, you go beyond using just one source of data, whether it's a monitor, but you really start with measurement and then correlate that with all sorts of different technologies to try and drive for the most accurate and trusted number possible.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate it. No further questions, Madam Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Lush.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
So it sounds like from what I understand, the counted kind of greenhouse gas emissions from the project would be an assumed baseline that I think is supposed to represent the average of leakage in the same sections of the system from Colorado minus whatever the emissions intensity of this actual result is. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. Do you mind just repeating one more time? I was playing around with my camera there, so I missed a little bit.
So assuming same boundaries, I think, within the system, Colorado state average minus this project intensity times amount of gas at that delta is the greenhouse gas savings that that's the math you're proposing to determine the savings?
Correct. In terms of, and I'll defer to Piesco as to how the math they actually did, but I understand they used a national number and then would be comparing this measured pathway against that national number to come up with what that savings is. Another way of looking at this is we will measure the emissions across this pathway, and that's the delta to zero. And obviously getting to zero in natural gas operations, very difficult to do, but the goal is let's get as close to zero as we can get. So it's both, let's measure the reduction against the baseline, but then let's have a number to know where we are and sort of how much further we need to go.
Okay. And in doing so, there would kind of be this ceiling in terms of emissions intensity coming out of this project that the company would count essentially as a greenhouse gas savings. Anytime you all are below the ceiling in intensity, they're counting the savings. If somehow you're above, they're not counting that there's any savings at that point in time. At what point in time do you anticipate that actual ceiling will be determined? Like, I don't understand that to be a determined number at this point in time. Is there any projection as to when that actual emissions intensity that constitutes the ceiling would be determined?
Are you referring to the ceiling with respect to this specific transaction?
Yes, with regard to like this agreement, I guess. What would that ceiling be? Like, when will that be determined?
I think that's still subject to negotiation upon approval of the pilot, but the expectation is that ceiling would be I'll say it would be lower than the 0.25% threshold that Xcel has already advertised as this is where we want certified gas procurement. That's the target. And again, when Piesco developed that target, that was upstream only. This is going to be upstream plus gathering plus processing. And I think an important part of how this pilot is being structured is there will be that methane intensity target set into the contractual structure such that if those emissions reductions aren't met, there will be no premium payment for the delivery of gas. So it's been thoughtfully prepared in the way of really aligning concerns around approval of this and having ratepayers in Colorado pay for emissions reductions that really don't materialize. So the idea is not only is this a credible program, but there's an accountability component to it as well, that unless that threshold is achieved, there is no premium payment for no premium payment associated with the delivery of this certified natural gas for that month. And as I mentioned in my written testimony, one of the other aspects of this program that really takes it beyond any other certified natural gas program that's currently available is that certificates are generated by Context Labs. They're verified by KPMG on a monthly basis. So hypothetically, for the month of July, by the end of August, there's a 30-day lag or so to actually finalize the calculations. You will have an intensity number for the prior month. And what that does is really twofold. One, it really closely correlates the operation with the emissions. As an operator, we can have that real connection between, okay, why are we seeing emissions, correlate that to the operations and reduce our emissions. It also allows on a monthly basis when we're settling with the gas that we're selling to PSCO, it allows them to have that intensity number and say, you hit the threshold, you didn't hit the threshold, therefore we're paying you the premium, we're not paying you the premium.
Okay, that's helpful. And then remind me, this is a bundled project, so the agreement would be they purchase the physical gas as well as the environmental attributes along with it.
Yep, that's correct. It would be bundled.
Okay.
So gas and attribute.
So in the circumstance where you all fail on the carbon intensity for some portion of a month or whatever, some of the volumes don't make it, some of the volumes did make it, you're still physically selling them the gas portion. You're just not charging them the environmental attribute portion for the part that failed to meet the criteria.
Yeah, that's correct. They would still pay for the physical gas, but there would be no premium associated with the certified natural gas environmental attribute.
Okay. And is that a preset agreement? Let's say in the circumstance they're not paying for the environmental attribute or whatever portion of the contract is for the physical gas, whichever way it's easiest to think of that. Since they would normally kind of go out to the market for the gas, how do you set the market rate for gas that they've already agreed upon will definitively be procured by you ahead of time?
Yeah, so that will be, we currently have contracts in place to sell gas to PSCO. We're a pathway through which they get some of their gas. That would be a discussion between our gas marketing team and their gas marketing team. And then on top of that would be the premium for the environmental attribute. I think it's important to understand when it comes to the premium for the environmental attribute, this isn't a massive return on investment by any means. This is a premium that allows us to justify the costs, continue to scale this program, and have perhaps a little bit of extra money left over to be able to reinvest in continuous emissions reduction initiatives, voluntary reduction. So the assumption again is we are complying with law. Everything we're talking about now in terms of premium is the voluntary. Let's really get that snowball rolling down the hill. And see if we can have a market incentive to complement where regulation is to drive emissions reduction faster and lower.
Okay, and as Colorado regulations kind of set in and change that presumed Colorado state intensity, is it the proposal to continue to move the ceiling of what that intensity is to match what is presumed to be going on in Colorado?
Yes, that's correct. To the extent that whatever threshold we set in the agreement becomes law, there would be no premium associated with meeting that threshold, because that would then be what every company is required to do. So to actually continue to obtain a premium, we would come up with a standard that is then lower in the contract as compared to regulation. The goal being again that we're correlating payment of a premium to true emissions reduction as compared to the most scrutinous regulatory standard that's out there.
Okay. Let me see. So you emphasize in your testimony that the monitoring and verification regime that you're proposing here is quite rigorous and would be both transparent and independently verified. And I was wondering if the monitoring data that would be used in the certification process would be publicly available or available to interested parties in some transparent way.
Right now, we haven't discussed that. That's certainly something we could consider discussing and making available. But I would need to sort of discuss that internally within the Williams organization. But it's important to perhaps understand, as part of the Context Labs program, the Next Gen Gas methodology, there is direct interface between long path monitoring data, any other data that is generated, that goes directly into the Context Lab system. So there is no passing through the Williams organization, no concern about that data being scrubbed, manipulated. There is a direct interface from long path to Context Lab. So that data is what it is. But I realize that's a different response than your question. I would just need to kind of discuss internally our comfort with making that publicly available. I would say the data is the data. We shouldn't hide from it. We should be proud of it. So I think there probably is an avenue to explore that, but I can't commit to that necessarily right on the spot.
Okay. And then slightly different twist on that question. Given that many parties point to what they see as issues with standards, a lack of standards and verification in the certified natural gas space, would you all be willing to commit to allow or arrange for a third party outside of those already engaged in the project, a true third party from the project, to deploy independent monitoring or somehow spot check what measurements you all are actually finding and reporting?
Yep, absolutely. I mean, I think we have a lot of verification in place. So absolutely, if there is a third party that is interested in verifying the verifiers, and whether that's some form of third party monitoring, certainly we're not trying to hide from the emissions. So we wouldn't have any concern with that whatsoever.
Okay. And then just a couple more questions regarding the actual, do you have an actual location where this project will occur?
So we are in discussions with a couple different producers who deliver gas into our system. Depending upon which of the producers are our partners for this pilot, that will dictate exactly what facilities a part of this pilot, because gas comes into our systems in different locations. It goes through different facilities, but all sort of leads through a common point in one of our gas plants for delivery into Colorado interstate gas, interstate transmission pipeline. So we are in the process of sort of rolling this out more comprehensively across our assets, with a view to being nimble and frankly scaling beyond just one initial pathway, but ultimately all the gas that comes into our system would be covered by this program.
Okay. And then, so if you're kind of in the process of figuring out and selecting what's the actual physical site kind of the extraction and gathering portion of the project, would that necessarily be a location that already has monitoring in place, or would this kind of be the first time that monitoring is placed in that location on those assets?
Yeah, we have a couple locations where we have already deployed the long path solution. So if that's the pathway, we already have the continuous monitoring set up. If we look at a different pathway, that maybe will require one or two additional facilities for us to go ahead and deploy long path, although that gas will still ultimately flow through some of the facilities where we already have continuous monitoring. So in advance of this hopefully being improved, we are already going out there and implementing the next gen gas methodology, which includes installing long path at certain of our facilities. Okay.
I'm just trying to think through. We don't kind of have that ceiling yet on the emissions intensity. If this ends up being hosted at a facility that already has monitoring, what if the emissions there are already below that intensity ceiling and no action needs to be taken? Is that a potential? And then I'm just curious, do we really have additionality here in terms of greenhouse gas savings? If that, I know it's a hypothetical.
No, it's
where does that put us if there is no actual improvement at a specific facility to fulfill this?
Yeah, it's a good hypothetical, Madam Chair. It would be additional as compared to the existing regulation. But I understand the question, would it be additional compared to what it already is? And that's where I mentioned the goal is both to have emissions reduction against a regulatory baseline, but then continue to drive emissions reduction for this pathway as well. So if we're already measuring the emissions and day one, we're measuring emissions below regulatory standards, the goal would be to show additionality by continuing to drive that number lower. And that's where, when we talk about a premium for certified gas, that becomes important, because we're already below regulatory standards. So anything else we're doing is voluntary. And that's where the premium, you can look to reinvest that in ongoing emissions reduction initiatives. And we've got a smart team of engineers out there that are constantly looking at ways to reduce emissions. Frankly, some of those are quite costly. So in order to drive that number lower, it's a little bit of the chicken and the egg. If you're already in compliance, and you need to drive the number lower, then how do you justify that additional cost? So I think that's bigger picture. The overall goal here is, if we're looking to drive additionality, this is a good mechanism. PSCo being one of the largest, if not the largest, purchase of gas here in the state, can play an important role in giving that added incentive to companies like Williams to have the means to invest in further voluntary initiatives to reduce emissions.
Thank you. Those are my only questions. We'll go back to you, Mr. Bell, for any redirect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Lush, how are you doing?
Well, thank you.
Good. There have been a couple opinions expressed in this case that I wanted to get your take on, and I'll use Boulder County's witness, Cindy Copeland, as an example. Have you reviewed Cindy Copeland's opinions in this case?
I have, yes.
Okay. Specifically, have you reviewed her cross-answer testimony, which has been labeled as Hearing Exhibit 804?
I have, yes.
Ms. Federico, would you mind pulling up Exhibit 804 from bouldersbox.com? Thank you. And I would direct it to page 4, I believe. Let's go to page 4 of the, there you go. Okay. Mr. Lush, are you able to see Ms. Copeland's opinions in this exhibit?
I can see it, yes.
Perfect. On this page in particular, this section, she appears to support the finding that CNG does not guarantee lower emissions. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Do you agree with that opinion?
I agree and disagree. So let me quickly clarify why. I agree that in just calling something CNG, that doesn't necessarily mean there's emissions reduction. That's why the discussion I was having with Madam Chair around how you measure the reduction is very important. Where I disagree, and Ms. Copeland mentioned this in her cross-examination, that the concerns raised are about an entirely different certification program. And I'm not necessarily going to go into details as to the pros and cons, but other than to say, this is an entirely different program. So these concerns raised here, this report about Earthworks and Project Canary, it's a different certification methodology to begin with. What's proposed in the next-gen gas methodology, it's not using Project Canary sensors. They're a passive sensor. We're using, in this program, active sensors. So the concerns raised here are really kind of apples to oranges to the program that's actually been contemplated and is in front of the commission for approval. But I do agree that in the sense of, it is very important for certified natural gas to be as credible and accountable as possible. That's why when it comes to not only the methodology, but also the contractual structure and the verification, in my opinion, there's multiple layers in the next-gen gas methodology of safeguards to ensure that CNG does actually guarantee lower emissions. And a lot of what we're discussing as part of this entire kind of clean heat plan proceeding is, how do we drive emissions as low as we can while maintaining affordability and reliability of energy for all consumers here in Colorado, particularly low income members of the community. And that's why correlating the emissions reduction to the payment of the premium, I think, is a real differentiator and a safeguard in this program, where just about everything else we've discussed, it has a cost associated with it. And the discussion for the past 4.5 days has really centered around what's the cost, and then assumptions, models, forecasts, but there's not that correlation between a reduction and the payment. So myself, actually being a resident here in Colorado and a customer of PSCo, I don't want to pay for for certified natural gas if there isn't a reduction associated with it. So in terms of structuring this transaction the way we have, long-winded way of saying, yeah, the concerns raised here are really somewhat different from the methodology and the way that the contract is being structured.
And continuing to use Ms. Copeland as an example of the various opinions that we've heard, Ms. Federico, would you mind going up a page, please? Thank you. Could you scroll down a little bit, Ms. Federico? That's perfect. Thank you so much. Mr. Lush, are you able to see this portion of Ms. Copeland's cross-answer testimony?
I can, yes.
Specifically, the opinion centering around the ratepayer funds?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what are your thoughts on Ms. Copeland's opinions in this regard?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'd like to tender an objection here. I think this line of questioning is pretty explicitly going outside the bounds of questions that Mr. Lush was asked during examination and is instead asking him to respond to the testimony of other witnesses in this case.
I agree with you, Mr. Brosso.
I'm happy to move on, Madam Chair.
Thank you. If you could just focus on questions Mr. Lush was asked about during his cross examination. Thank you.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. I'll move on. Mr. Lush, before I leave you, and Ms. Federico, you can pull this down. Mr. Lush, before I leave you, was there anything that was brought up by either the Madam Chair or Commissioner Plant's questions or through cross-examination that you would otherwise like to clarify today?
No, I think we've covered everything.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time, Mr. Lush, and happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
Well, happy birthday.
Thank you.
I
Nice
hope this is
work.
everything you wanted. All right. You are excused, sir. Thank you for your testimony. All right. We will take a break here. Let's go until 10:55. And in my plans, which might not be perfect, but I've juggled everyone around here, I'm planning Dr. Billsbeck will be on when we get back, then Mr. Pierce, then Mr. Bennett, but at some point we'll eat lunch. Yeah, Mr. Smith.
Apologies. Thank you, Commissioner. Staff, I just wanted to make you aware, I believe you said earlier this morning that Sweep Witness Brandt may go today. I would just like to throw in there that staff is going to waive its remaining cross, so Mr. Brandt.
Hi, thank you. I'll note that.
Of course, thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, this is Mark
Yes.
Davidson on behalf of the City of Pueblo. I just wanted to inform you that the city will waive its cross of both Mr. Brandt and Mr. Petroy of Sweep. Thank you.
Brandt and Petroy, and sorry, that's the City of Pueblo?
Correct. Thank you.
Brandt and Petroy. Got it. And you were the last one on Petroy. So let me, Commissioner Plant, did you have any questions for Petroy?
I did have a quick question for Petroy.
That's fine. Okay. We'll retain Petroy. Commissioner Plant, I also understand to the extent you have questions for him, it would be better for us to get to Petroy today than Monday. Is that right?
Yes, that's
For your
correct.
schedule?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Let me, during this break, try and figure out how we work in Petroy today. If that, Mr. Hyatt, I'm all turned around. Who's Mr. Petroy's attorney? Can Mr. Petroy go today if we get to him?
Yes, Commissioner Gilman.
Before 4.
Before 4 p.m.
Okay. We will try to get to him before 4 today to make sure Commissioner Plant can ask his questions today, because I think with the Commissioner Plant's schedule, it'd be a priority for him to ask those today. So we'll get to him probably right after lunch. I'll work on it. Mr. Larson.
Nothing from the company.
Okay. All right, great. Let's break until 10:55 and I'll see you back then. We'll go with Dr. Billsbeck when we get back. Let me just check if Ms. Boulay is back with us.
I'm ready.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All right. I think we're up to Dr. Billsback. Go ahead, Mr. Grosso.
Thank you, Chair. WRA calls Dr. Kelsey Billsback.
Good morning, Dr. Billsback. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And are you by yourself as you testify today?
I am.
And is anyone communicating with you in any way?
No.
If either of those change during your testimony, can you please stop and let me know?
Yes, I will.
All right. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Broso.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Dr. Billsback.
Good morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Kelsey Billsback. That's KELSEY BILSBACK.
And would you please identify by whom you are employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by PSE Healthy Energy. We're a nonprofit research institute, and I'm a senior scientist there.
And Dr. Billsback, did you cause to be filed answer testimony on behalf of WRA in this proceeding prior to today, which has been pre-marked as hearing exhibit 1402?
I did.
Thank you. And that piece of testimony has been stipulated for admission to the record. With that, Dr. Billsback is available for commissioner questions.
Thank you. I think Ms. Dundas, just want to check in with you, see if you have anything.
I don't. Thank you, Commissioner Gilman.
Thanks. Commissioner Plant, do you have anything?
Yeah, just a couple quick questions. Thank you, Dr. Billsback. Appreciate you sticking around and showing up for the hearing. You may have heard some of the questioning that we had previously with some of the company's witnesses regarding the results of pilots on hydrogen blending in the UK. I think they've talked about some 15%, I believe, blending in Hawaii. And one of the things that I've been curious about is the difference in the appliance standards as they impact the combustion of the fuels in different places. So I know that my understanding is that the EU standards that the UK has adopted allow for up to 23% blending in their design. And I'm wondering if, number one, is that different here in the United States? And is there also any kind of difference with respect to sea level versus, obviously we're operating in a different environment up here in Colorado, as it might relate to full combustion and potential health impacts of blended hydrogen?
So I just want to clarify that I don't have deep expertise in air quality and health impacts of hydrogen specifically. I've done a cursory review of the literature. I unfortunately can't answer your first question about the percent guideline in the US. And to your second point, certainly combustion would be impacted by having a lower air density at high altitude. I think some concerns I've seen in the scientific literature is this isn't specific to being at high altitude, but potentially increased NOx formation when hydrogen is introduced, and also concerns about potential for blowback and easier explosion possibility. But again, just want to emphasize that I don't feel like I am the right person to ask those questions about specifically.
Okay, I appreciate that. And as it relates to one of the things that I've seen as sort of correlation is the low flame ionization rates as it relates to increased NOx emissions. And I'm wondering if there are the NOx emissions the primary health concern with respect to incomplete combustion or that low flame ionization, or are there other concerns from potential health impacts from incomplete combustion?
Yeah, so just thinking about this through the mechanical engineering lens, I have the first thing I would think about is that anytime we have combustion, there's potential to form fine particulate matter emissions. So can't speak to any experimental evidence I've seen about PM formation and how that might differ between burning natural gas or burning a blend of natural gas and hydrogen, but that would be one question. And then another thing that we're concerned about from a pure natural gas perspective is that there's natural gas, as you well know, is mostly methane, but mixed in are hazardous air pollutants. And that just is a function of the fact that there's benzene, toluene, and other hazardous air pollutants entrained in natural gas when it comes out of the ground. And work at our organization has demonstrated that those pollutants can be in natural gas when it gets delivered to the consumer. So I think while introducing hydrogen would lower the concentration, depending on how clean the hydrogen is in terms of having other entrained pollutants, I would still be concerned that if any of the mixture is leaking throughout the supply chain, that there could be hazardous air pollutants being introduced either in the home or in any of the distribution system.
Okay, thank you. And I think most of the things that I've seen in terms of concerns around specifically NOx emissions have been around space heating and stoves, cooking stoves in a person's home. Are there other appliances that that you have noticed any kind of harmful emissions that may present health impacts?
Yeah, so yeah, as you mentioned, I think heating appliances, hot water heaters, basically anything that burns natural gas is a concern. From a health perspective, the biggest concern is unvented space heaters that burn natural gas, and stoves, because they'll be emitting pollutants directly into like the living space, whereas hot water heaters tend to be outside of like the home environment, or in a basement or something like that. So, yeah.
Great, thanks. And one last question. I don't know if you have any information around this, but is there any increased health risk with the type of hydrogen that's being blended into natural gas, whether it's derived from fossil resources or from renewable resources, green versus blue, etc.?
Yeah, I can't say I've looked into that specifically, but I think my first question would be, I think what would make those blends potentially different is what could be mixed in addition. So depending on how clean the process is, I'm not sure if VOCs or other contaminants could be mixed in depending on the type of hydrogen process. So I think that would be my first question, but I don't have a clear answer, unfortunately.
Great, thanks. I appreciate it. I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Bilsbeck. Ms. Federico, can we pull up attachment KB1 to Ms. Dr. Bilsbeck's testimony? And I wanted to go to page 27 to just look at a table on there. Thank you. Yeah, as much as the table, that works. Perfect. Thank you so much. So as we look at this table, help lead me through what are we seeing for incidence reductions? Is this a rate? Are these bulk numbers? Help orient me to the data that I'm seeing, like when I look at incidence reductions, for example.
So what we looked at here was basically the gas savings between a baseline and the gas savings that were proposed in the amended preferred portfolio and the pollution-free buildings portfolio. So when we're talking about incidence reductions, that's the number of mortalities or heart attacks that are reduced by the natural gas reductions.
Okay.
I'm happy to explain that further.
No, and so the primary driver of those, like how those are derived, is from reduced throughput, thereby meaning reduced combustion at the end of the day.
Yeah, so basically the more kind of the global statement and take home here is that the more you reduce throughput, the more emission savings you'll have and the more health benefits you'll have.
Okay. And I understand there's a model you use for this, and I should say this is particular to PM 2.5, right? This
correct
chart, I think, or table. So how do the incidences translate into monetary benefits? Is that a function of the model, or like what logic goes into how we get the translation to monetary benefits for each type?
So it depends on the health endpoint. What you said is right, that in the model, there's basically a valuation step that happens after you calculate the incidences. And depending on the health endpoint, you could be looking at things like most of them are related to like cost of hospitalization or like healthcare costs. Some of them are related, like the mortality one, to the amount of like productive time you would have. Since it's a premature mortality, they're kind of estimating what it's called a value of a statistical life. So like how much you'd be contributing to society if you kept living to like a more typical age.
It's a little bleak, but thank you.
Yes.
I didn't know there was a name for that, but and then let me just look at, so as you calculate this, you also made a point in your testimony, I think, as well as in the report, that energy efficiency measures, like outside of pure electrification, could or could not actually exacerbate the indoor air quality problems. So to some degree, like enhanced air sealing, if you didn't do anything to mitigate the combustion risks within the house, might actually exacerbate. I don't know, replacement appliance might be a nil, but we talked about yesterday, that's not a strategy that will be pursued. So does your model rest only on the throughput reductions, or does your model try and look at where those electrification reductions, which I understand to be direct link to the health savings, versus say like a shell energy efficiency improvement, which according to your testimony, without a linkage to electrification in addition, doesn't maybe have a direct linkage, even though it reduced the therms of use? So I went on for a while, but can your model differentiate between, oh, this was a therm reduction for electrification, which has the direct link, versus a therm reduction perhaps for a shell improvement that may not have the direct link to the savings?
So I'll attempt to answer that, and let me know if this doesn't answer your question. So when calculating the throughput savings, we included both beneficial electrification and throughput savings from energy efficiency measures. So that's included in these total health costs. And then this model looks at outdoor air pollution only, so it doesn't take into account indoor health impacts. And so it's kind of agnostic to whether it's coming from electrification or energy efficiency.
Thank you. That very much answer my question. Okay, so the outdoor, like this happens no matter what. We combust it, this will happen outdoors. And I know you indicated, we only have this kind of more specific data on the PM 2.5 and outdoors, because I think you had said there's a model that's real accessible and easy to use for that. Do you have any ballpark? I mean, we also have potentially, it sounds like the PM 2.5 indoors, and then I know your report lists through a whole bunch of, SO2 and formaldehyde and benzene and hexane. So do you have any kind of quantification? I mean, if we're looking at these numbers, let's say on the amended portfolio, you have 42 million to 94 million, just based on the outdoor PM 2.5. Do you have any idea we can gain on the scale of those others and the indoor? Are they equivalent in size to just this issue? Help me understand the scale of, monetarily what those could look like.
Yeah, that's a great question. The modeling the indoor air quality reductions and potential health benefits is a big challenge, because we understand, we as scientists understand the outdoor environment a lot better, because things could be very different home to home, and like opening a window or using your ventilation hood will really change concentration and potential health implications. So it's really hard for me to compare apples to apples here. I think one thing I'll say, and the other point too, is that when we translate air concentrations to health impacts, all of those studies are based on outdoor air pollution and looking at really, really large populations and seeing a very small change in potential health outcomes in that population. So you really need huge statistics to see these health impacts. I think we have emerging, so I think what I will say is that, as I covered in my testimony, we can demonstrate that using natural gas stoves, for example, can lead to health benchmark exceedances. And so we know that those benchmarks are guidelines basically from federal or state institutions, that we know that there's health risks if you exceed that benchmark. And there's also studies that are linking the use of stoves and unvented heaters to increased respiratory symptoms like asthma instances or asthma exacerbations and things like pneumonia and coughing. And then I guess the other thing I'll say is that when you ask that question, I'm really thinking about so I think behavior plays a huge role. And I'm also thinking about how you're much closer to the source when you're cooking. And so in that instance, like if there's a power plant contributing to outdoor air pollution, it might be a couple miles away. But if you're cooking in your home, that's a lot closer to you. So I think I unfortunately don't feel like I can say specifically, but I think from a location perspective, anytime you're closer to the source, I think that would be of greatest concern.
Thank you. Those are my only questions. So we'll go back to you, Mr. Brosa.
Thank you, Chair. I have no redirect questions for Dr. Bilsbeck.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Bilsbeck. Appreciate your testimony, and you are free to go. You're excused. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, Mr. Pierce, Mr. Broso.
Thank you. WRA calls Mr. Zach Pierce.
Good morning, Mr. Pierce.
Good morning.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And are you by yourself as you testify today?
I am.
And is anyone communicating with you in any way?
No.
And if that changes during your testimony, will you please stop and let me know?
I will.
Excellent. Back to you, Mr. Broso.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Mr. Pierce.
Good morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Zach Pierce, Z-A-C-H, last name P-I-E-R-C-E.
Thank you, and would you please identify by whom you are employed and in what capacity?
Yes, I'm employed by Rewiring America. I'm a senior manager for our policy program across the Western United States.
And Mr. Pierce, did you cause to be filed answer testimony in this proceeding on behalf of WRA prior to today, which has been pre-marked as hearing exhibit 1403?
Yes.
Thank you, and that piece of testimony has been stipulated for admission to the record. With that, Chair, Mr. Pierce is available for Commissioner questions.
Thanks, Mr. Burso. Ms. Dundas, anything?
Nothing for me, thank you.
Thanks. All right, Commissioner Plant.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Pierce. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thanks.
I just had a couple of quick questions from your answer testimony. You talked a little bit about in California, there's a whole home sort of approach that the California Energy Commission is taking up, and you know, I agree that that could be a really beneficial component, particularly with all of the various different incentives coming from a variety of different sources. But just to be clear, do you see that as something that the state should be doing, something that the utility should be doing, something that should be a component of this additional you know, effort through the CHP or through the DSM process? Where do you see that sort of fitting in?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner. I would maybe answer that in a couple different ways. I mean, I think the high level answer is that it's going to require multiple entities and decision makers cultivating a whole home approach model, given the fragmentation of decision making and programs out there. I think it's important to acknowledge that within the range of portfolios modeled by the company in the clean heat in this context, if the commission approved a consumer-facing DSM program anywhere within that range, it would overnight become one of the largest, if not the largest, rebate programs for electrification in the state. And given the magnitude of that program, I think it positions the company to meaningfully contribute to this whole home approach that looks not just at the potential to drive towards greenhouse gas emission reductions consistent with the clean heat statute, but to also drive towards whole home upgrades that are going to improve energy burden in homes, improve comfort and safety of homes. And of course, that can't all happen with just the program budget approved in the context of a clean heat proceeding. Another important aspect of this is going to be coordinating and, to the greatest extent possible, braiding funding with other sources at the state level, at the local level, and of course at the federal level, as we see significant resources flowing through the Inflation Reduction Act. And so I wouldn't expect that the company would be able to establish or drive forward a whole home program or a one-stop shop program in a vacuum, but has a really important role to play to ensure that the customers, the constituents across the state are more easily able to access multiple sources of funding to make integrated upgrades in their homes that are going to lead to numerous benefits.
Great, thanks. And just final question, as you looked at different programs like this around the country, are there areas that you see as gaps or areas that we're not adequately addressing in this effort in Colorado that perhaps we might be able to address through the CHP process as opposed to through the existing DSM-BE process?
Yeah, I think that every state right now is going through a version of this conversation. Just the magnitude of the federal funds flowing for investments in this space is necessitating a conversation about how do those interact with the existing ecosystem of incentives and rebates. There are a few examples that I'll call out in terms of the value and the need for whole home focused programs. One of the big ones relates to income verification and eligibility. For a lot of consumers out there, actually realizing and accessing these funds may require signing up for multiple programs with their own processes and procedures to verify income. And I know that there are some resources in Colorado, like the PEAK system and others, that allow for some communication between programs, but that's something that I think could be further streamlined to establish a more accessible front door for customers. I mean, especially the low income communities, disproportionately impacted communities that don't have the resources or frankly time to be navigating all of these burdensome processes. And I think in some ways Colorado's demonstrated a lot of leadership in that space, but that's an area that will require continued iteration and improvement. Another example would be appliance standards. So what we see often happening is conflicting or at least uncoordinated definitions or standards for what a given rebate can or cannot pay for. And that can provide real limitations on the ability for programs like a DSM program funded under the Clean Heat Plan to braid or stack with other resources that are out there. And especially for low income customers, it's going to be important to stack numerous sources of funding to ensure that they can overcome the upfront costs of some of these appliances that are ultimately going to lead to numerous benefits in the form of bill savings and improved health and comfort. So that's another big area. And then finally, this is maybe a more obvious point, but that doesn't dilute its importance, and that's just coordination on the outreach and engagement that's happening in these communities. When you have multiple source entities with their own marketing and outreach and messaging on what these programs are, what they mean, and how you access them, it just adds to the complexity and confusion out there. And to the extent that these programs can be coordinated and the company can build on some of the work that I know it's already doing with community-based organizations to elevate both the local spokespeople and the local spaces that are going to be most compelling and accessible for the people that we want to impact with these rebates the most.
Thank you for that. Final question. You talked a little bit in your testimony about the main program and really about some of the best practices in the success of that program and some of the things that they did that I felt were good models for the company to follow and in improving the success of their program. I think that one of the things that we've heard from the company is that you can't expect that kind of deployment in Colorado because they're not a fuel oil state, and we have an LDC sort of infrastructure that is not comparable. Recognizing that those are some differences. One of the things that I'm interested in terms of Maine is it is a similar state in that there's large areas that are rural, that are far from population centers, maybe don't have the kind of contract or community built in. And I think that's been one of the real challenges for Colorado in terms of deployment, particularly of heat pumps, but also, just general DSM services. And I'm wondering if you could point to things that you think that Maine did correctly in trying to expand that network of folks that could do the installations, market the products and really get out throughout the state in that way.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner. First, I would just acknowledge that absolutely the recommendations that I made in my testimony related to the Efficiency Maine program acknowledge that there are differences between Maine and Colorado, and probably most importantly, the composition of the baseline heating composition. So that's a real factor, but certainly our perspective is that there are aspects of the program that relate to market transformation and growth of contractor networks, as you've mentioned, that are relevant for other states, including Colorado, as you're trying to build out your own state-specific program. So I would just note a few examples, and you put your finger right on, I think, the most important focus, which is expanding and enhancing the quality of the contractor network that's actually undertaking and working on the upgrades in homes. And so we've seen a few different strategies that Efficiency Maine has employed. One of the big areas is both focusing on midstream incentives that target contractors and distributors, and streamlining the process to actually deliver those incentives to those contractors. Efficiency Maine has a 2-week turnaround for delivering the rebates, which helps to mitigate the risk of especially small businesses having to float the cost of these rebates. It builds trust in the program, and it also positions the contractors to deliver point of sale rebates to customers, which is the ultimate goal. And so I think that focus on turnaround time and on the near-term capital needs of these small businesses is an important part of program design. Another area that we think has led to a lot of success in expanding both the quantity and the quality of the contractor network is a transparent ratings process and peer referral process, where basically the Efficiency Maine website elevates those contractors that have done the most work through the program and have received the highest reviews, and in a sense rewards those contractors that are receiving those highest ratings. And that's good for the customers, of course, but also I think a good incentive for the contractors to fulfill some of the streamlined quality assurance aspects of the program, and that's something that could be built upon. And then maybe finally, I'll just note that one of the other aspects of the program that we've seen a lot of success around is Efficiency Maine helps to generate leads for contractors, especially leads from low-income communities and other disproportionately impacted communities. So if the program, obviously the utility, the company in this context has significant lines of communication with its customers, name recognition in the communities that they serve. And so if they can lean onto some of those lines of communication to help generate leads for contractor networks, that reduces the soft costs for contractors and also ensures that low-income households are being connected with high-quality contractors. So we haven't seen, one simple silver bullet solution, but the point is there are exciting programs out there that are seeing success. Efficiency Maine has contributed to the installation of over 100,000 heat pumps in a state with fewer than 600,000 homes. And there are aspects of that program that aren't replicable for Colorado, but would encourage continued referral to programs like Efficiency Maine as Colorado builds out these consumer-facing programs.
Thanks. And Mr. Pearson, how much of that success do you think, and I'm not familiar with how Efficiency Maine is constructed, if it's a utility-funded sort of third-party implementer of incentive programs, if it works with other aspects of the state government, if it provides that kind of one-stop shop that you were talking about earlier, but how much of that can be sort of attributed to the fact that it's an independent entity that's charged with really just being able to accomplish this specific objective, as opposed to being a utility-run program, for example?
Yeah, I mean, this is not a topic I deeply addressed in my testimony, but I will just say I think there is a lot of value to be had for establishing a third-party entity with a very clear scope and mission to maximize the impact of public investment, to spur both market transformation and improve the affordability, quality, and safety of homes across the state. And there are other examples out there of third-party administrators that have delivered success. I'm not necessarily prepared to speak to those in detail today, but would certainly support a closer look at those models, because I do think they offer a unique ability to drive towards consumer-centric outcomes, and also, to your point, play a role in that one-stop shop, whole house perspective of convening not just the resources and programming that's moving through the utility programs, but helping to establish that front door for customers and managing the back end complexity of federal programs and rebates, federal rebates and tax credits, other utility incentives, state and local programs. I mean, the real opportunity that Colorado has is due to a lot of leadership across the private and public sectors. There are numerous incentive programs, numerous rebate programs that can help drive down the cost of these investments, and that's exciting. But we will not meet the moment on the opportunity of all of that public investment if they are not closely coordinated and designed in a manner that's going to encourage ongoing market transformation that will allow this industry and transition to have a positive flywheel, so to speak, beyond just the public investments, a one-time infusion of public investment. So yeah, that's, I guess, I'm wandering a bit from the original question, but I do think a third-party entity would be well positioned to accomplish many of the stated public interest goals outlined by the clean heat legislation and this process.
And just a final question. Do you think that is something that we might want to consider as we're trying to address the seams issue that's coming up in terms of, split electric gas service, how you divide up the costs of beneficial electrification, where you're going to have benefits on both systems and costs on both systems and all that sort of thing. Some of obviously the electric utilities that are serving Xcel Gas customers are not under the jurisdiction of the PUC, and so we really are kind of separated out from that. And then you've got propane customers, various different things around the state. Is that sort of a model something that might help us to address that seams issue more effectively?
Thank you for the question. This is another area that I didn't delve into in detail in my testimony, but I would just offer at a high level, given the role that beneficial electrification plays as a strategy to achieve the clean heat GHG emission targets, and the integration of and collision of planning on the gas and the electric side as we look at beneficial electrification across the economy and transition towards the state's clean energy goals, I would certainly be supportive of creative thinking around ways to integrate the decision-making and planning that's looking at our energy system holistically with an eye towards maximizing resiliency and consumer benefit and reducing costs. And so, that's not a specific recommendation on a third-party entity for the seams issue. Not to say that I don't support that, but I would just support the overall premise that we need to be looking at these new models and new entities and new decision-making processes that are going to help us look at the topics in a holistic manner that's going to be necessitated by electrification across the economy.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Pierce. I have no further questions.
I don't have any questions for you, Mr. Pierce, so I'll go back to you, Mr. Barroso.
I also have no questions for Mr. Pierce. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Pierce, appreciate you hanging with us. You are excused. Thank you for your testimony. Need it.
Thank you.
Let's see. I was gonna squeeze one more in before lunch. So I have Mr. Bennett next to my list. Is that okay? I'm glad that doesn't spread. I technically had him twice on my list because of all the shuffling I've done. So I'm glad no one seems surprised that you're going next, Mr. Bennett. Excellent. Go ahead, Mr. Dutsky.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilliman. Energy Outreach Colorado calls Andrew Bennett.
Good morning, Mr. Bennett.
Good morning.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And are you alone as you testify today?
I am.
Is anyone communicating with you in any way?
No, ma'am.
If either of those things change during your testimony, can you please stop and let me know?
I will.
All right, back to you, Mr. Dutsky, and you have the discretion of up to 10 minutes of direct regarding the flex plan.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Bennett.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Doing well, thank you.
Good. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Andrew Bennett, AndrewBennett.
And by who are you employed?
I'm employed by Energy Outreach Colorado.
And what is your position?
I'm the Vice President of Advocacy.
And did you prepare or cause to be prepared cross-answer testimony in this case?
I did.
And has that been pre-marked and stipulated as Exhibit 1500 Rev 2?
It has.
And are you familiar with the rebuttal testimony of Jack Eiley in this case on behalf of the company here in Exhibit 116?
I am.
And you are the witness who's been designated to give testimony on behalf of EOC as to the Flex portfolio?
Yes, I am.
And do you have any comments to make on behalf of EOC about the Flex portfolio?
I do. And I will try to keep this well under 10 minutes. So first of all, to frame the issue, I generally refer the commission back to EOC's preference in our cross-answer testimony on the timing of the clean heat plans and DSM plans, about syncing them, if not integrating them, or rather, if not, or not necessarily integrating them into the same docket. Additionally, EOC is always concerned about affordability and costs incurred by low-income customers, both just as total bill affordability and also equitable, if not proportionate, access to programs. So for those reasons, EOC is not prepared to support the Flex at this time. We're not necessarily opposed to it. Without more information that'll be developed as the CHP moves forward. But what I would like to comment on part of the Flex proposal that I think would be helpful is the proposed check-in. And that's something that with the uncertainty going forward and the lofty goals at play, especially for IQ customers, that this would be very helpful. As others have noted, EOC is a third-party implementation partner with Excel, and we manage nearly all of the IQ programs for the company, and we strive to make sure that the programs are designed to be as ambitious as possible, but balancing that with being able to actually deliver the programs for a community that can be rather skeptical about utility-funded programs. So while we always welcome increased IQ spending, that spending has to be clear and with identified goals that's also achievable, so that any trust that we've built up is not harmed by advertising a program that is not deliverable or not delivered at all. So understanding how to unlock additional impactful spending for IQ customers and balancing that relationship between income qualified DSM and CHP spending with all their various restrictions will be very instrumental in making sure that IQ customers are not left behind in this energy transition, while also protecting their interest around affordability. So what we would suggest is that the commission order a check-in sometime before the next DSM plan and potentially the CHP if it's reduced to 3 years, and to achieve at least the three things. First, can the Flex spending be used to allow more IQ customers to participate in the clean heat plan, or rather to the PIP program, the percentage of income payment plan, and to augment that PIP budget, as we discussed in my cross-answer testimony. Second, has the IRA money been able to be accessed by EOC, CO, and other for IQ customers? And third, did incremental DSM go to the whole home beneficial electrification approach? And has that resulted in income qualified customers' bill savings, which is something that we believe should be a metric of success with the deployment of additional IQ funds. So I think with these three questions and any other questions developed by the commission or other parties, it will help us define like the need, the benefits, and any potential implementation of Flex spending or any other programmatic change in the next DSM and clean heat plans as we move forward. And with that, Mr. Detsky, I hopefully got in under 10 minutes.
Well under. Mr. Bennett is available for commission questions.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Jetsky. Appreciate it. Commission counsel.
No questions from me, thanks.
Thanks. Commissioner Plant.
I have no questions either.
I have a couple questions for you, Mr. Bennett. Hate to let you off so easy. So you, as you kind of just talked about, you talked about a desire to essentially sync the timing of clean heat and DSMSI rather than consolidate the actual issues, just sync up the timing. Walk me through how that would work. We feel like we are constantly always out of sync with timing, right? There's always something happening that depends on something else. And so walk me through your vision of how those timings could be synced up and how that would work.
Thank you. And I completely understand that. And I think EOC is in a unique position in regards to other implementers, since we are implementing literally everything with beneficial electrification, demand side management. Now it'll be clean heat, transportation electrification, community solar gardens through the res. You know, we work on one project, right? So if we're working on a home or a multifamily building, we're doing that as in one go. And we have multiple programs with different 3 years and now potentially 5-year plan, not quite syncing up. So in a year run up to doing the project, we could be working under one paradigm. And then when it comes to implementation, some plan may have changed and details may have changed. So I think that just to frame that, that's kind of our concern here is when we're doing an integrated approach to a home, that we don't have integrated planning. And I think what we're looking at here is, if not consolidating, because I believe there was some mention, staff mentioned consolidating the programs, at least get the timing lined up on these two plans. I know we have a 5-year plan here, but in 3 years, we'll be doing another SI and plan docket for DSM. And it would be helpful if those two dockets were timed such that they could help inform or be informed by the next clean heat plan. Since they're so highly interconnected, it makes sense to us with those dockets being timed to go together. I know that may provide some difficulty, but I think when it comes to implementing and trying to coordinate all of the spending, and we have a lot of funds to be braided together. Mr. Pierce was just talking about trying to braid all the funds. If we can simplify the process, it helps with our engagement and outreach communities and having those communities understand what to expect. So I think that's how we would envision that. And I understand it's difficult when we have so many dockets. Trying to run them all at the same time would be nearly oppressive.
Yeah, it seems as though you get stuck in either we litigate them serially and then you have the outcomes of the previous one, or they're going at the same time. And I'm just not sure if you have a vision that we would be able to actively use the information in one proceeding with different stakeholders and different interveners and different parties simultaneously in a different proceeding. You know, that's where I'm trying to think, how does it work to sync the time if you have different parties and are trying to now use information in a proceeding they're not involved in?
Yes. Yeah, and I understand that as well, because we work at all the intervening parties and we have regular conversations, and they're not all in the same proceedings we're in, and we're not in the same ones they're in. Like a lot of them will talk about the ERP, and that's just not something EOC does, but everything involving low-income programs or income qualified programs, EOC is in. And that, you know, potentially that's a different perspective we have, is because we are focused on one subset of customers and one subset of issues, although I would say it's a very important subset, and providing an integrated solution. So I can understand how it could be difficult to try and time like our issues necessarily with other issues. I know there's been a lot of talk about hydrogen, and that's just not something we're engaged in. But when it comes to doing whole home retrofits and integrating all the available products and then dealing with the different cost effectiveness and rules in between DSM and clean heat, and then we have different factors going on with transportation electrification and adding in charging, it gets really complicated. But I think from the EOC perspective, at the very least, maybe this is something to talk about in a future proceeding or in another context, is maybe the income qualified portion of these dockets is something that could be looked at in that holistic manner.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, and another thing I'm trying to think through is what is kind of the short-term and long-term apparatus of support for income qualified customers or customers that really need assistance. So, you know, yesterday, Mr. Haglund talked a bit about some of the rate projections that we've seen in this proceeding. And many of them are contained in a confidential exhibit, unfortunately. But we're seeing, you know, I think somewhat to be expected, many of the pathways include a significant amount of electrification. And I think the jury's out what amount of that would have happened anyway, given a whole lot of outside incentives we're seeing, as well as, you know, some of the health concerns and things we heard today. So, you know, it's hard to understand exactly what the market would do absent the clean heat plans. Clearly, the clean heat plans then potentially exacerbate this transformation into more electrification, drop in throughput, rather than program cost does look to be kind of the main pressure on rates, right? So we're seeing a fairly dramatic rise in projected natural gas rates under those scenarios. So trying to understand, you know, if we look at PIP as I think a very useful opportunity now, but if we really do see kind of the gas throughput decline, number of customers decline to such a way, you know, is that a sustainable strategy to rely upon long term, or do we need to be thinking kind of more comprehensively for the long term about what that apparatus of support looks like?
Thank you. And I think first I'd say the way EOC approaches this, we have our support, stabilize, and sustain model. So first, we're addressing emergency situations with the rearges and preventing disconnections. And then we're looking at things like the PIP program and ways to make bills affordable, and then integrating in the sustain component both rate design and other things like that, along with efficiency and ways to control bills, whether it's through CSG enrollment or demand side management with efficiency. So I think I'm following what you're saying here. I mean, I think that's the way that we approach income qualified customers who get into the ecosystem through arrearages or finding out and needing help. You know, while I appreciate Mr. Haglund's suggestion on the 10% for the PIP program, I think one of the problems we have here is that for the most part, the PIP program is supplied with enrollments by LEAP. LEAP is a winter only program right now for heating, which if someone's electrified, they would get on there. But if they're not outside of the heating season, they're not eligible for LEAP enrollment. So it's kind of difficult to rely on another program that PUC and others don't have control over, nor does the company have control over. It's also a federal program, so there's a whole host of issues around who's not eligible, and that means a lot of ratepayers wouldn't be eligible. That is our, so that solution comes with its own difficulties, right? So I think the programs that EOC offers in our integrated fashion, you know, we work with public service and all the other parties a lot to help develop these programs. I think we're on the right track. Just as, you know, we've discussed in our testimony, you know, we think there could be some improvements, but I think we're tracking in the right direction and working on these more holistic approaches, such as the Healthy Homes program that we work with Denver, and we have rebates from Excel and combining with hospitals to get referrals. So there's all kinds of ways we can do this and be very innovative, but we do need a little bit of flexibility in there.
Thank you. That's helpful. Just maybe one more question. Back to the cadence of plans problem, which will probably exist until the end of time. I don't know. But as kind of a service provider who's somewhat reliant upon, as you had said, like the approval of specific programs and budgets to continue implementing out to your customers, is there anything, I always kind of wonder or worry as we get to the cadence of the plans, in the last year of the plan, are there problems, are there gaps in providing the money or the services? Is that something we need to be focused on as we think of the cadence of the next clean heat plan, you know, how it integrates with other things? Are those problems that you see, or you see a pretty smooth ability to continue deploying, even though like the situation changes? Do things ever stop and start in a way that we really need to examine the cadence here?
I just want to clarify to make sure I'm understanding your question. So like, are you saying like in the last 6 months of like a 3-year plan, are you asking if we're having trouble deploying those funds in the last 6 months, or?
Well, I feel like DSM's definitely been this way, where like we'll litigate the 24 plan halfway or more into 2024. And so, you know, as a service provider, do you see any bad outcomes, you know, and how the cadence is working, say, with other plan types in terms of stop or start, or having issues accessing that we should be addressing as we think through the cadence of the clean heat plans to come? It feels sometimes like we're always behind, you know, in the year that we're planning for is literally occurring. So just any advice or thoughts as a service provider who's somewhat reliant on these funds as we think through the cadence of, you know, what years will the next plan cover? When will it be litigated, basically?
Thank you for that. Mr. Elderton has been dismissed. Otherwise, I would love to defer to him. So I will caveat my answer with, I know enough to potentially be dangerous on this, since he's more in the weeds on program deployment. From my understanding, when we have an overlap where a plan bridges across the year, so like right now, if we have the plan ends at 23 and we're litigating it in 24, the contracts we have with the utilities, there's usually an extension. And so we kind of maintain the status quo going forward until we get that new plan out and there's a decision and we get the new design. So there's generally not a break in service. There may be a disruption as I discussed, you know, we can be in the middle of one project and rules change and then we have to redesign things. So it's not been my understanding that there's necessarily work stoppages. I mean, there are some unique cases of some certain filings, but we generally, at least with the company in EOC, because you know, we both acknowledge these programs are very important to deliver to a community that is very much in need of these services, we continue going until we get that new decision. If you want to get more into the weeds on that, you know, we could always try and get Mr. Elderton to talk about that more if you wanted, but in general, we make it work. It may not be the prettiest, but we make it work.
Okay. No, that's helpful. Those are my only questions, Mr. Bennett. Back to you, Mr. Detsky.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just have 2 questions, and I realize I am between us and lunch, so I will make this quick. You had a discussion, Mr. Bennett, on the cadence with Commissioner Gilman, and you talked about the importance of timing of the 2 proceedings to make sure that those flow so that they inform one another. Can you discuss the nuance of that as compared to integration and why EOC recommended that the proceedings be timed in a certain way, but not integrated at this point?
Certainly, thank you. I think the clarification I probably should have made there is timing allows for us to use the rules for the clean heat legislation and the other DSM rulings that we've had to address cost effectiveness and other issues as designed DSMBE. And as Mr. Elderton's testimony showed, it's not been cost effective, which is something we'd be beholden to under the DSMBE plan. But in clean heat, we're given a little bit more leeway and statutory regulations around being cost effective so we can deliver these programs.
And one last question is, the commissioner had a discussion with you where she was asking about long-term rate impacts and how to manage those. And can you discuss how that would tie into your proposal in this case around PIP and the success of the PIP program?
Certainly, we're seeing increased bills just across the board with rate increases and other riders and electrification, as Mr. Elderton discussed in our pilot programs. Those bills are going up. So I think long-term that is a concern that electrification would have a negative impact. But the PIP program provides us as our affordability program, and that's what's going to allow us to, at least for the customers that are enrolled in the program through beneficial electrification, to have a manageable bill that is affordable and something that they can pay, because ESC also believes that customers want and should be able to pay, and having an affordable bill is important there. So being able to check in to see where that's at, and as I think Mr. Larson was questioning Mr. Hagelin, there is a limit statute, or by rule, not by statute, on what the company can charge. So we need to make sure that we're addressing any future PIP needs, and that may be what needs to happen in the 3-year check-in.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. You may be excused, sir. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, before we break for lunch, just good to go. Commissioner Plant, you keep giving me bubbles thumbs up again. I know it's some automated feature. It's a little distracting. Okay. I just wanted to go over a witness order as I see it after lunch. I was hoping to move Patroy to just after lunch, so that we hit his timeline before 4 in style. Give Commissioner Plant a chance to ask questions of him today. So I would go Patroy, Brandt, Fickling, and that looks to me like we probably will get to Ceramos today. And that fulfills all of our witnesses that can testify today. The other 3 I have, Kruger, Hay, and Cunningham, all must be Monday, so they will be Monday. I did have one question. UCA witness Kuykendall, I show no cross, but not shown excused just yet. So just want to check in with the parties, make sure I'm right. Just let me know if I'm wrong. And otherwise, I'll go to Commissioner Plant and see, did you have, Mr. Larson, what do you have?
No, we're showing no cross-examination.
No, okay. Okay. Commissioner Plant, did you have anything for Kuykendall?
I do not.
I don't either. So let's go ahead and excuse witness UCA Kuykendall. So my plan is, if all goes according to plan this afternoon, we'll just have the 3 cross witnesses left, Kruger, Hay, and Cunningham on Monday. And then we would go to company witnesses after that for the rebuttal on the flex plan, and then representation of the modeling updates. Just one update for Monday. It's looking like right now, schedule wise, we'll have to take a break from 10:30 to 11:30 Monday. We'll get Kruger done before then. I know he's got an afternoon issue. So just some quick heads up on that. So unless there's any issues with all that complication, we will go to Patroy when we return from lunch break. Let's take lunch until 1 o'clock.
Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, Mr. Hyatt. Yeah.
If it works and sweeps 2 witnesses are both up next, I think it might work smoother if we went Brandt then Patroy. So would that be okay with you?
That's fine with me. You know, Brandt just has a longer time frame. I think we'll still really safely be under the 4 o'clock bar. I just wanted to succeed by a lot. But that is totally fine with me. We can put Brandt on first. So we'll go Brandt. He's got all the cross, and then we'll go to Patroy.
And my questions for Patroy don't last very long, so.
Just getting grilled by Commissioner Plant. Okay, then we'll go to Brandt when we return at 1 o'clock. Yeah, you're right. He has the direct, so yeah, probably makes sense to start with him. Okay, cool. We'll come back at 1 o'clock with Brandt. Just a reminder to mute yourself, turn off your cameras. See you at 1 o'clock. Hello, let me just see if we have a court reporter back with us.
I'm ready.
Hello, Harriet, thank you. All right, any preliminary matters before we get into Mr. Brandt's?
Just one, Commissioner. I just wanted to raise, I know yesterday during examination of Mr. Haglund, there was a discussion between counsel for the company and I regarding a hearing exhibit that staff wanted to admit onto the record that we had used on Monday in Mr. Eiley's testimony. I have circulated that. I'm authorized to say that the company is planning to object to our move for admission. And I didn't know whether you wanted to take that up now or wanted to wait until we do sort of, I know we usually do cleanup matters at the end of the hearing, so I'm okay either way. Just wanted to check in.
Let's do it. I'm thinking end of day today. Can we take
Perfect.
that up at the end of the day today?
That's fine with us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Just remind me.
Of course, thank you.
Okay, anything else before we get started? Okay, great. First up after lunch, we have sweep with Mr. Brandt. Go ahead, Mr. Hyatt.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Sweep would like to call Mr. Justin Brandt.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brandt.
Afternoon.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And are you alone as you testify today?
Yes.
Is anyone communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you please stop and let me know?
Yes, I will.
Okay, back to you, Mr. Hyatt. And let's see, Mr. Brandt, up to 10 minutes also on the direct portion on the flex.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Brandt. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Justin, Justin, last name Brandt, Brant.
And are you testifying on behalf of Southwest Energy Efficiency Project, or SWEEP, in this proceeding?
Yes, I am.
Are you employed by SWEEP?
Yes,
And what is your position with SWEEP?
I'm the utility program director.
Did you file answer testimony in this case, which is marked as hearing exhibit 700?
Yes, I did.
And did you also file cross-answer testimony, which is marked as hearing exhibit 702?
Yes.
For the record, both hearing exhibit 700 and 702 have been admitted into evidence already. And so, Mr. Brandt, are you the witness who will discuss SWEEP's position on the company's flex portfolio proposal?
Yes, I am.
Great. So does SWEEP support approval of the flex portfolio?
No, we don't. And we don't for three primary reasons. The commission's heard these from other parties. Because first and foremost, according to the company's modeling, the flex portfolio, either in its base or flexed scenario, does not put the company on track to meet the 2030 clean heat emission reductions targets. And as I've argued throughout testimony, so I won't belabor here, we believe that should be a key consideration front and center in the commission's decision. Second, we've got concerns about the limited check-in process with the commission rather than a fully adjudicated proceeding to determine the spending of those additional funds in 2027 and 2028. And third, I think there's general consensus in this proceeding that to have any shot at meeting the 2030 emissions targets or even get close, we need to see a transformation in the HVAC market over the next 7 years. And I'm concerned with that the flex portfolio sacrifices sort of near-term funding, which will be critical to put the state on that path to transforming that market for funding in later years.
Thank you. You mentioned your concern with the limited check-in process in the flex portfolio. Can you please briefly explain what are your concerns with that limited check-in process?
Yes. So I think with the clean heat legislation and this proceeding, Colorado is really in a leadership role nationally and concerning issues of gas system decarbonization. And as this proceeding has pointed out, there are significant trade-offs in the short term and long term between portfolios that contain different resources to meet the clean heat targets. This proceeding has been complicated. I'd say outside of a rate case, it's the most testimony and the most issues I've ever seen in my career in a PUC proceeding. So it's really just highlighted that these are really complicated and challenging issues we're dealing with. And I have concerns about sort of the broad discretion that the company would have in determining how to spend future flex funding in its proposal in a limited check-in. These are significant dollars we're talking about. And I'd say, again, significant importance in terms of the state's trajectory in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And I think those could be, the decisions made in that sort of flex check-in could change the company's mix of resources dramatically or put it on a very different trajectory depending on if and how those resources are spent.
On that last point, as far as the commission potentially approving different clean heat resources, can you provide an example to highlight these large potential changes to the clean heat portfolio that might occur through the flex check-in process?
Yeah, I can. I understand in the company's testimony, it's not its intent to use these funds for supply side resources, but I guess in my reading of their proposal, it's not prohibited. So they would have broad discretion among all resources in terms of determining, again, if and how to use those flexible funds. So one example would be, if the full 119 million were proposed to be used for renewable natural gas, that would increase RNG as a percentage of the 2027-2028 clean heat budget to about, or 2027 budget to about 40% of total spending. So that's opposed to, compared to, I think it's about 14% in the flex-based portfolio. So again, a sort of extreme example, but just these levels of differences and potential changes, I think, deserve a full adjudication and shouldn't be done through a plan modification.
Thanks. And do you have any concerns or thoughts on the timing of the check-in process under the flex portfolio?
I do. So the company's proposal is to make a limited filing in 2026 for funding in 2027 and 2028. I guess I worry first and foremost that, we'll have 2 years of implementation under our belt in 2026, but again, there's a lot needs to happen. And, I think there'll be continued learnings after that and want to make sure we're giving the company enough leeway to learn and change and evolve its actions. And then I think on top of that, right now the company's proposing, and I believe they're required to file their next clean heat plan by August 1st, 2027. I guess at least according to my reading of the commission's rules, the action period of that plan will contain 2028, as well as the 4 years after it. So, the commission stakeholders, the company will have the ability to adjust 2028 spending and resources in that subsequent fully adjudicated clean heat plan. So, it appears to me that this process, while the company lays it out for 2 years, would really only be covering 1 year, 2027. In 2028 could be adjusted later. So I guess to me, it seems like it could be more beneficial to move that 2027 filing up earlier in the year to make sure that adjudication is complete prior to 2028. I think if they filed August 1st, it would be on a similar timeline to where we're on now. If the commission felt like it needed, more input and leeway into that 2028 year rather than dealing with it through the flex process the company laid out.
So final question here. Can you discuss your concerns with the funding trajectory of the flex portfolio?
Yeah, so as I said before, to have a shot at meeting the 2030 target, we're really going to have to transform the market for HVAC in the state in the next 7 years. And that's a tall task. It's going to take all resources. But the next few years, I think, are going to be critical as part of that process to really start moving that market away from air conditioners and furnaces and towards heat pumps and geothermal and all the other clean heat resources. The flex portfolio, as laid out by the company, has a beneficial electrification budget of about, I think it's like 26 million in 2024. This is the lowest of any of their portfolios presented, including the cost cap portfolio for a 2024 clean heat budget. That budget increases in 2025, but it's still less than half of the budget in either the pollution-free building portfolio or the company's emission target portfolio, either of the two portfolios on the table here that meet the target. And it's the same in 2026, where the flex portfolio budget that we wouldn't have any ability to adjust is less than half of what either the company or SWEEP and our partners have determined is necessary to reach the 2030 target. So I worry that the flex portfolio as laid out of the company is really sacrificing near-term budget that's going to be necessary if we're going to have any shot at transforming this market. It's sacrificing that near-term funds for potentially future funding later on, but it may be already too late for 2030 by then.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Brandt is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Decarbonization Coalition. Up first with 10 minutes. Mr. Martin.
Madam Chair, we waive our cross-examination of this witness.
Got it. Okay, Pueblo and Denver pipe fitters. County of Pueblo and Denver pipe fitters.
Madam Chair, we also waive our cross.
Okay. Public Service Company, 20 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Brandt, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
You and I know each other, but for the record, I'm Matt Larson, Counsel for Public Service.
Nice to see you again, Mr. Larson.
Likewise. So I just had a few questions based on your testimony that you just offered with regard to the flex portfolio. So I want to make sure I understand this example that you brought up. And as I understood it, the company would come forward in 2026. And I know you said this was an extreme example, but that the company would take all $119 million and put it into, for example, recover methane, right? And then that would have a corresponding effect in terms of the overall budget between electrification and the overall budget between recovered methane, right?
Yeah, that was the example I gave. And, I didn't think through all the, statutory limitations on RNG, which may be what you're getting to, but just was trying to provide a hypothetical about the magnitude of dollars we're talking about.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about the statutory limit on RNG.
No, maybe
That's
not.
a good point too. So, with regard to that though, in that situation, the company could propose that, but nothing says the commission has to approve that. Isn't that true?
That's true, but I think, it's going to be challenging for other parties to weigh in, given the compressed timeline and lack of discovery. It'll be hard for both parties and the commission to really fully vet these proposals.
The company could put in work before making its filing in 2026 with stakeholders in terms of how that budget would be allocated, couldn't it?
Yes, the company could.
Yeah, and then you also discussed the 2027 Clean Heat Plan as having 2028 as part of its action period. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
So in that situation, 2024 is part of this Clean Heat Plan's action period. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And we're, quarter of the way through 2024.
We are, yeah, almost.
So in terms of under the flex option, the company could actually start getting ahead of that funding and putting more dollars into 2028 more quickly than it could with a 2027 Clean Heat Plan that could potentially bleed into 2028. Isn't that true?
Yeah, and I guess that's why I said if the commission really wanted to address 2028 from the beginning of the year, it could move that filing up by a couple months so we ensure that we conclude that adjudication. I think SWEEP advocated that we should maintain the filing in 2027, but if we moved it up, into the late spring, you could generally be through the adjudication prior to 2028.
But even doing that, you'd have an adjudication in the very, very tail end of 2027, and you have to immediately kick off programs for 2028, kick off funding for 2028, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And then you also talked about the sacrifice of near-term funds. You recall that?
I do.
Yeah, and in terms of the way that the flex option was developed, is it your understanding that the $119 million actually came out of the recovered methane budget and not out of the beneficial electrification and DSM budget?
Yeah, I understand that. I guess it's a broader concern with the APP portfolio, but I think the flex portfolio really highlights it.
But the electrification budgets in the flex are actually the same as APP, isn't that true?
That's my understanding.
So that the funds that are sacrificed were actually from recovered methane, correct?
I guess I was just saying the trajectory of funding in that portfolio is much lower than others in the early years. So while I agree that the funding that has been decreased in the flex portfolio compared to the APP, I can't remember exactly what that acronym stands for right now. Alternative preferred portfolio. There we go. Amended. There you go. Is the same. And yeah, the funding comes from recovered methane, that it's still a problem with both of those portfolios. But I think the flex portfolio to me just sort of highlights that even more.
But the only funding decreased in order to create the flex budget was from recovered methane, correct?
Yeah, that's my understanding. It's a little hard to track because the company updated its modeling, so not everything in the flex portfolio is exactly the same. But I think for all intents and purposes, the electrification and DSM funding are equivalent.
Great, thank you. Company has nothing further. Appreciate your time, Mr. Brandt.
Thanks, Mr. Larson. All right, we're up to Commission Counsel.
No questions.
Thanks, Mr. Zadi. Commissioner Plant.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Hello, Mr. Brandt. Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
I have just a quick question. I think that maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think Sweep was the only one that was advocating for, or maybe Denver as well, 100% allocation within the gas system for costs.
We allocated for 75% of costs from gas customers and 25% from electric, so it wasn't 100%. I believe that was only Denver, and I think they may have changed their position in rebuttal or cross-answer testimony.
Okay, great. And is that a recognition of sort of air conditioning benefits on the electric side? Is that why?
Why we chose to that split?
25. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think as I laid out in my answer testimony, I mean, the clean heat requirements are on gas utilities. So I guess in a perfect world, all those costs would be recovered from gas customers. But there's I think as a dual fuel utility, there's some unique characteristics of Excel to take advantage and be more pro electrification and also, like you said, account for the fact that there will be benefits on the electric side from electrification to fund some of those costs from electric ratepayers. But I guess think that if we recover all beneficial electrification costs or more than I proposed from electric ratepayers, that we really run the risk of sort of having gas rates, gas customers not paying their fair share for compliance with the statute that only applies to them and not electric customers.
And in the modeling, I'm still trying to understand this. So in the PFB modeling, I think, well, let me back up. From the company's standpoint, what I understand is they were only modeling the dual fuel customers and the impact that it would have on the dual fuel customers. And that leaves out the gas only and the electric only customers. In the PFB, do you know, are you modeling gas and dual fuel or all three, or how does that break out in your modeling?
So we modeled all gas customers as eligible for electrification. We did not look at electric only customers. So it would have been both dual fuel and gas only customers.
Okay, all right, so that's the population that you've evaluated. And
Correct.
I think that the difference between your, at least the population that you're modeling would be the exclusion of the gas customers in the Excel modeling and inclusion in yours, is that right?
Yeah, at least for beneficial electrification, I can't recall off the top of my head how public service addressed DSM opportunities. So
Yeah, I think
but yeah, for beneficial electrification, yeah, I think that is a big difference, just in terms of the, number of appliances you were considering turning over each year, things like that, because we considered a larger population of potential customers.
Understand. Okay, great. Thanks. I have no further questions.
Hey, Mr. Brandt.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Gilman. I don't know if I should be calling you Chair Gilman or Commissioner Gilman. People are going back and forth.
I know. I accept all of them. I always know you're talking to me, and yeah, we'll see how the real chair feels when he gets back, and I might have to warn him. People have gone down this path.
I'll call you Commissioner Gilman, so I go sideways with Chair Blank.
No worries. Good to see you. A question along the lines of what you were talking about with Commissioner Plant regarding your recommended 75-25 split of BE program costs, 75 to gas customers, 25 to electric. So yeah, talk me through a little bit more what you see as the pros and cons of kind of where these costs fall, in terms of where we allocate those electrification program expenses.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a tough issue, and I'm pretty sure I supported sort of this is maybe an interim step in additional conversation, and MDOC it is probably appropriate. But yeah, I mean, I guess in my reading, this is a statute that applies only to gas utility customers, and as such, sort of due to cost causation, one would expect that the majority or all of those costs would fall on gas customers, and maybe in a perfect world they would. So I guess was trying to sort of thread a needle here by also taking advantage of the fact that, again, as I was saying to Commissioner Plant, there are a lot of benefits on the electric side from electrification, in terms of rate suppression and in the bill impacts work we did that was supported by Conservation Coalition witness Dr. Hopkins trying to point out some of those, rate suppression and benefits on the electric side. So, really think with a dual fuel utility, it makes sense to look across the two, but merely from a cost recovery standpoint, I guess trying to strike a balance of, managing costs on the gas system appropriately, but also not sort of unduly harming the business case for electrification. I mean, I think in the Front Range, we've talked in the rate case and other proceedings, there's already some cost issues, especially for low income customers around electrification in terms of, what their bills might look like if you currently heat with gas and you move to electricity. It'll likely be very close, but it may be a little higher, maybe a little lower. So I guess trying to strike a balance while, not harming that business case, but also, again, a balance between gas rate impacts and benefits on the electric side, but still think the majority or vast majority should be recovered from gas ratepayers, because at the end of the day, this is a regulation that impacts the gas system.
Okay, thanks. And then I had asked previous witness today to kind of think through the relationship between how we do this allocation along with who is eligible to receive the benefits of money paid in to the rider. So under the company's proposal, it would be entirely collected on the electric side. But then, we have like gas transport customers, which I understand are largely not represented here. So we won't get too far probably with solutions for them, but they're paying in on the electric side if they're electric customers. If it's entirely electric, in their proposal, gas customers wouldn't be paying anything. And they also proposed, I think, to give no program benefits to gas only. And so I'm just trying to think through this relationship of who pays in what proportion, and if that is linked to the conversation on who gets the benefits out of the, fund or rebates enabled by that. I don't know. Any thoughts on that discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting idea to try to tie it to the benefit, but a very challenging one to do with any precision. So I guess it could be worth exploring greater, and I guess that's where an M docket may be helpful in thinking about it in the future. So, potentially this is a interim decision here. I mean, I guess I worry. I mean, I think I've always already stated my reasoning around why we think gas customers should be sort of the majority on the hook. Transport customers pose another really interesting and challenging question, as the company has identified. And they likely, they won't be eligible, or I guess depending on what the commission decides here, likely are not particularly eligible for rebates or any incentives in the clean heat plan. But also, if we were to allow them to get incentives, we'd have to figure out how to account for the emissions reductions, because the baseline and emissions quantification doesn't include those customers within the clean heat plan. So I guess I'd hope, through the company's broader beneficial electrification programming, there are opportunities to go after electrification at some of these larger industrial customers, where it makes sense. But I guess I worry a little about trying to sort of lump all those issues together in the clean heat plan. And, we just would need to think through the emissions accounting a lot.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks. Also, I believe I've tracked your recommendation properly. You're recommending amortizing the BE rebates that fall on electric customers, which in your proposal is a quarter of the cost. You're proposing amortizing those over 10 years with the margin on that being the margin on the unamortized balance at the customer deposit rate. So can you explain a little more why that's your recommendation for that part? And then any difference, I'm not so sure I saw a recommendation for the treatment of cost recovery on the gas side.
Yeah, I can start with the electric, and I do have a recommendation on the gas side, which I can point you to. Yeah, I think so. First and foremost, felt like the 15-year amortization period is just too long. It's a potential for significant profit over time from the company, but also, we'd still be paying in 2040 for rebates issued next year. Just in terms of thinking about, cost causation and equity, and a lot's going to happen in that next 15 years. It seems like a long time to tie those costs to right now. So we did propose a 10-year amortization on the electric side. I guess, again, thinking, these are electrification rebates, which there will be long-term benefits on the electric side. So I think it does make sense to spread those costs out, so that customers are essentially, paying for them with the savings that occur from the increased load from electrification. And then on the rate of return on that, again, the company has a lot of incentive to promote electrification, at least among its dual fuel customers, because they're, likely going to have to make significant investments on the distribution side and potentially generation and transmission to serve this new load. And they will have lots of opportunity to earn profit on those investments as they're making them, and they should have a very high incentive to promote that electrification as a result. So I guess just felt like the weighted average cost of capital was potentially too high incentive for the company to invest in electrification on the electric side. And the customer deposit rate might be more appropriate. You want me to talk about the gas side now, or?
Yeah, if you could. I don't have that one written down. I think I probably missed it. So what are you recommending for cost recovery of the rebates on the 75% that would fall on the gas side in your proposal?
Yeah, so in my it's in my answer testimony. I don't know the page off the top of my head. I recommended a 5-year amortization period at the company's weighted average cost of capital. Again, just felt like 5 years was appropriate, especially if customers who may be exiting the system are or at least significantly reducing their throughput, benefiting from those rebates. We're not want to make sure we're not sort of unduly burdening remaining customers on the system with a really long amortization period. So again, I think for bill impacts, it does likely make sense to spread those costs out a little. But to me, 5 years felt like an appropriate length rather than something longer than that, just due to the huge uncertainties and transition on the gas system. And I recommended the company's WACC for that unamortized balance, mostly to acknowledge that, this runs counter the gas business, that the company's motivations on the gas side. We want to give them opportunities to develop new revenue streams as part of this transition, as well as support electrification. So that it was appropriate to allow them to earn at their WACC on the gas side.
Okay, thanks. Maybe one clarification too, just to go back to gas transport customers as and if Ms. Fickling's better on this or whatever, just let me know. But in terms of kind of assumptions and baselines used in the pollution-free buildings portfolio, I have trouble with that one.
It's a mouthful.
This one is rife with bad acronyms, this whole proceeding here. But so in that, how did you treat transport customers? Were they completely ignored, or did you count them as sort of being eligible for reductions?
I believe we ignored them completely, at least their load, their sales. And I believe, it would be good to follow up with Ms. Fickling. The modeling's based on the roadmap, modeling from roadmap 1.0 in terms of building stock turnover and things like that. So I'm assuming for that modeling, essentially we just, carved the industrial class out, and looked at, residential, single, multifamily, and commercial. There's some transport customers mixed in, on the small commercial, especially. But I think we essentially just assumed it was, those 3 customer classes were eligible, and that we would use the industrial customer sort of as a proxy for transport customers and didn't look at reduction opportunities within that sector. But yeah, I encourage you to follow up with Ms. Fickling, because I hope I did not misrepresent it.
I'll check with her when it's our turn. Just one more question. Boulder put forth a proposal or a thought to utilize a third-party administrator for the programs. I think getting to impart the sheer scale of the programs, but also motivations to optimize. So just wanted to get any feedback or thoughts from you on their proposal to employ a third-party administrator for these programs in particular.
Yeah, it's a good question. I see the benefits they laid out. I think in other states Sweep works in, this issue has come up a number of times. So we've sort of dug into some of the details on moving to third-party administration. And I guess, my biggest concern there is just when we've talked to other states that have gone through this process, it's a difficult thing to ramp up. Essentially, it takes a couple years. It takes a lot of work by the commission and stakeholders to sort of define what the third-party administrator will be doing and how those programs are going to work and run and be funded. So I believe in Washington, D.C., it took them, they developed some quick start program, but it really took them 2 years to get it up and running. And I guess I just don't know that we have 2 years right now. I think the company largely does a good job of implementing its DSM and programs over time. And, BE is just developing, but is largely doing a pretty good job. So I guess I understand why Ms. Elam made that recommendation. And I do see the benefits just in terms of electrification, especially for gas only, or their gas only customers or gas only utilities, sort of running counter to, it's an existential threat to that utility. But I just have concerns about sort of the scale and timing of trying to ramp something up. It's a big lift that would take a long time, and I think we need to get moving now.
Okay. Those are my only questions. Thank you, Mr. Brandt. Back to you, Mr. Hyatt.
Thank you. And just a couple questions on one quick minor issue. If we could please pull up here in Exhibit 700, which is Mr. Brandt's answer testimony. Thank you. And if you could go to page 53, please. And scroll down to the bottom of this page. Now, Mr. Brandt, do you recall a question for Commissioner Gilman just now about your proposals for amortization for gas customers versus electric customers?
I do.
Do you see the question and answer beginning on line 16 of page 53 here?
I do, yes. This appears to be the beginning of the portion of my answer testimony where I discuss amortization of rebates for both gas and electric customers.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have on redirect.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Brandt, thank you for your testimony, and you are free to go. You're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we can move on to Mr. Petroy, Mr. Hyatt.
Thank you. Sweep the lap. Now I'd like to call Mr. Dave Petroy.
Sure.
Mr. Petroy, sorry, I wasn't sure where the emphasis should go. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And are you alone as you testify today?
Yes.
Is anyone communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you please stop and let me know?
Okay.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Hyatt.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Petroy. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
David, D-A-V-I-D, Petroy, P-E-T-R-O-Y.
Thank you. And are you testifying on behalf of SWEEP in this proceeding?
Yes.
Who are you employed by and in what capacity?
I'm self-employed, and the company is MTS Energy. I'm a consultant and advisor to homeowners and small businesses who want to do energy transformation, mostly focused on HVAC, but whatever other electrification questions they have. I also do webinars, educational webinars, outreach, work with some builders, and do some white papers on the technologies.
And did you file answer testimony in this case, which is marked as hearing exhibit 701?
Yes.
The record, hearing exhibit 701 has already been admitted into evidence, and Mr. Petroy is available for commissioner questions.
Thank you. I think we are to you, Commissioner Plant.
All right, thank you. Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Petroy. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Excellent, thanks. I appreciate you holding out some time on your schedule to do this. You're the only person that we're talking to who's actually worked directly with these systems. So other than Commissioner Gilman, who, knows more about this stuff than I do.
But excited to be here.
I appreciate it. So I just had a couple of basic questions after reading your testimony. I just wanted to get myself clear on sort of the practical implications of installing these systems. I think you mentioned that for some of the mountain installations, you might need to add another ton to modeled capacity and maybe a half ton in the Denver metro area. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I put in my testimony. Yes.
And is that would that upsizing of the systems account for some of the challenges that I think the company has identified in the modeling of these systems at higher altitudes and at colder temperatures?
Yes, that is part of it. When you're up at high altitudes, you have to derate the equipment, the output by
by as much as 20 to 25%. And so, you basically, if you've designed a load down in Denver and then you go up to Eagle or higher, all of a sudden you need to go to a bigger system to get the capacity you need when it's, say, 0 or below.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of backup systems and the capacity of the heat pump to meet various different design day considerations that the companies put forward, are we in the mountains, as I think a lot of people have wood systems as sort of either primary or backup heat. So maybe if they're home, it's not an issue, but if they're away, they don't want their pipes to freeze and things like that. Is the performance of a heat pump at those extremely low temperatures? I understand that the performance is impacted greatly, but is it something that would allow pipes to freeze, or is it something that would just require some sort of additional heating to be more comfortable? Basically, we're talking. I'm trying to get a sense of if people should be concerned about having a backup system because they're leaving, or because they're concerned about comfort.
It's not pipes that will freeze. It's more about comfort. I mean, I guess the way to think about it is you're supposed to design to the design temperature, HRA, say 0. So I got to make sure that the heat pump has the capacity to 0. And then the big gap is between 0 and -13, because there's 3 or 4 manufacturers that actually have very good performance down to -13. And that's can be 40 to 80 hours a year. And so as a contractor, I have to be cognizant I can't have my client be cold during those times. So I try to figure out, okay, I got to get the heat pump to do the majority of the heating all the way to -13. And then I have to have a reasonable amount, not excessive amount of electricity to make sure they're comfortable to -13 degrees. It's pretty hard to explain to customers that, at some point you're going to be a little bit cold. The house isn't going to freeze, but it might be 60. So, it's sort of this contractor risk, and realize that it's not a big risk for them if the customer has enough electrical capacity to say, I just had 5 and 10 kW on to the system, and I don't, I'm not going to ever have to worry or get a call back. But obviously we don't want to have that happen anymore.
Right.
So that's where I think there's a line where you can do this. And also I think the technology with smart panels, and there's also something called a simple switch right now, which is very nice. You could put your EV and your backup heating for your heat pump on that same switch. You don't increase the load at all. You say, well, the EV's second, but you rarely, 80 hours a year in the middle of the night, you might not be charging your EV very much. So it's kind of like, we don't want to have to add a bunch of capacity and spend a lot of money for things that we're going to have technology is going to rapidly eliminate the problem quickly.
Right, understand. Another thing you talk about and others talk about is the resistance heating strips.
Yeah.
Is that something that is at the heat pump, or is that something you were talking about within the house in order to warm the house with backup heat, or is it more adjunct heat to make the heat pump operate more efficiently?
It's in the heat pump.
Okay.
Basically, it's either in the top of it or in the duct going out. And the better ones, they're very smart. The controls are integrated, so they're calling it depending on whether you want comfort or whether you want efficiency, and how fast they call that backup heat.
Great. One of the other things I just wanted to touch base with you, since you are really familiar with all these systems, one of the other things that I've heard from some government leaders and communities where they're installing heat pumps is that they've had problems with incorrectly installed heat pumps being installed just on the ground, and they lose a lot of their heating ability when they're installed incorrectly like that. And I think that the standard is to install on a concrete pad or against the building. is there, in your experience, are there particular installation practices maybe that are above that bare minimum of recommended installation, you know, an insulated pad or other things that you find lead to better performance of the heat pump?
Yeah. I mean, my advice has always been you definitely want to get it off the ground, sort of the average, the month of the maximum snow, what kind of the average of that month is. So like in the Front Range, you can get away with 12 inches, but you might go to 18 up in the high country more because, you know, you don't want the person to have to go out and be shoveling their heat pump out in the middle of a snowstorm. And the other thing that's good is a lot of contractors are mounting them in the walls. The manufacturers have good brackets. They have sound vibration isolation. You do have to be a little careful. Even though they'll say, you know, it won't vibrate, I wouldn't put them next to a bedroom or room or office where someone's going to be sensitive. But that's another strategy that's pretty common. And I believe, you know, the contractors like that in a lot of ways because the pad has to be pretty firm and secure that you put this on. Like even if you pour a new pad, you know, it might sink and shift, etc. So that is very important to get them up high enough. Also, there is a little bit if you can, you kind of want to have them on the south side or in the sun, less of the weather side. You know, it does help a little bit on performance. Maybe protect them from the wind. So there's a lot of good little things you can do to get better performance.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Petro. I appreciate you making yourself available for questions. And those are all the questions I had.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Petri.
Hi.
So probably some abbreviated questions for you. But as we look to, I think Commissioner Plant was getting some of this. It's like a lot of the details matter about the installation, about the control system in terms of being able to, I think, also minimize the use of a backup wherever possible. And so many of these things they're so mundane, like to a homeowner. I mean, are they really getting in this controller and figuring out all the exact settings for the backup? So one thing I struggle with is as we look at these programs, and we don't have, you know, necessarily exact program design here, but as we look at criteria to roll out, it's like whether it's the efficiency of the unit or the exact stringency on installers, I feel like there's this balance we have to walk where we want to get optimal performance, but we can't scare everyone away with really, really stringent requirements, right? And so, yeah, I don't know your thoughts on that. You know, how do we make sure, especially something like the controls, which I think is so impactful to how frequently we're going to be using the backup, but like not something a normal homeowner is going to get into or figure out necessarily. So I don't know, any advice for me on, as we go forward, how do we navigate like striking this right balance and not scaring people off, but ensuring we have good performance?
Yeah, great question. I totally agree. Making it too complicated, you know, decreases the speed at which people adopt it. I mean, I've been trying to develop some rules of thumb. And so if it's an existing home, like I have these rules of thumb, if you have a dual fuel, like you're constricted by ducts, the transition point at 20 degrees F is like 80% of your heating will be by the heat pump. 20% will be by the backup. If you want to go with electric, I drive it further down to say 0 which gives you 90. Because one of the biggest complaints I've had people have is they're surprised how much their bills are. And what you find out is they're way too much on the electric backup. So, you know, if you drive it to 0 with the heat pump capacity, that's only 10% on the backup. And that's very reasonable. I've been thinking really hard about how to balance this trade-off with what's reasonable electrical backup and what's excessive. And I'm coming to this thing where the backup should be about 25 to 40% of the label load of the unit. So if you have a 4-ton unit, you don't want the backup to be more than, 25 to 40% of a 4-ton load. If you're getting up towards the 40% load, you probably should go to the next half ton or ton, because for each ton is 3.5 kilowatts worth of backup. So if I go to another ton, I eliminate 3.5 kilowatts of backup, and I only need about 1 kilowatt to drive if that ton needs more. So those are the kind of I'm trying to come up with these generalizations that make it simple for homeowners to understand. And also they can just simply talk with the contractors and be confident and say, I'd like this system. And this is how I think it should be. So that's kind of, I hope that helps a bit.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. And then just getting to something else on the kind of simple switch you talked about, sounds like a solution to, say, a service or panel upgrade for a customer who says, so I want an EV and a heat pump, but I only got the capacity for one or the other. So that would be kind of a built-in automated prioritization of loads in terms of between these two really significant loads, only one or the other can ever work at once. And this is like a generally accepted equipment by building departments and
well, this one they've sold, they're out of Vegas, they're out of Nevada, Vegas, so they make them in the US. They've sold tons in California and all over a lot of states and new builds and everything. So I'm not sure how many have been in Colorado, and I don't, they're accepted by the national electric organizations, but we just have to get them where people in Colorado are comfortable with them. But it's a pretty simple switch is actually a good term for it. It just goes right next to your panel, and it just put the 220s in, and you just prioritize one or the other.
Okay.
I can email some information to you or somehow get it to you through Michael.
Mr. Hyatt will take care of it, but no, I'm familiar with different control systems already to demand limit and kind of prioritize load. But primarily on the commercial side, but interesting to hear there's something on the residential side that's pretty easy, especially as we see, service and panel upgrades as a real potential barrier here for people looking to electrify in multiple avenues. I think those are my only questions, Mr. Petroy. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Hyatt.
No redirect from me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony today, sir. That's all we have for you. You may be excused.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question? What were the two things? There was EP, there was the heat pump, and then it sounded like the easy, but I wasn't sure you were two different. They can have
the EV.
That was my question. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Harriet. And I get it right. Appreciate it. Okay, next, WRA. We'll bring Ms. Fickling. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. WRA calls Ms. Mira Fickling.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fickling.
Good afternoon.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. And are you alone as you testify today?
I am, yes.
And is anyone communicating with you in any way?
They are not.
Okay, if that changes during your testimony, can you please stop and let me know?
Will do.
Thank you, ma'am. Back to you, Mr. Barroso.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Ms. Fickling.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Mira, M-E-E-R-A, Fickling, F-I-C-K-L-I-N-G.
And would you please identify by whom you are employed and in what capacity?
Yes, I'm employed by Western Resource Advocates as the Building Decarbonization.
And did you cause to be filed answer and cross-answer testimony in this proceeding prior to today, which has been marked as hearing exhibits 1400 and 1404?
I did.
Thank you. And those pieces of testimony have been stipulated for admission into the record. Ms. Fickling, I now just have a few questions for you regarding the company's flex portfolio proposal. And if that's okay with you, Commissioner, we'll address those at this time. So to start, Ms. Fickling, what is your overall response to the flex portfolio?
Well, first, let me just say I appreciate the company's efforts to be responsive to intervener testimony through this proposal, and I also appreciate that the commission has pressures to maximize emissions reductions and minimize cost of the portfolio that they eventually adopt. I don't recommend that the commission adopt the flex portfolio for the reasons that other interveners have already gone into in detail. But if the commission does choose to approve it, I do have some recommendations that I think will help maximize emissions reductions and ensure that the investments made are in the ratepayers' interest.
And broadly speaking, could you please explain your concerns with the flex portfolio?
I have two substantive concerns in addition to process concerns. So on substance, I have similar concerns to the ones expressed by Mr. Brandt about the company's early year beneficial electrification budgets, which I'm afraid are too low to generate the kind of market adoption that we would like to see, and that put us reasonably on track to meeting the 2030 clean heat target. My second concern regards hydrogen. The flex portfolio carries over the deficiencies that I identified in my answer testimony with regard to the company's hydrogen proposals. The company's hydrogen proposals still do not comply with Commission Clean Heat Rulemaking Rule 4731E. And I don't recommend that the Commission approve the budgets that the company has proposed for 2027 and 2028 for hydrogen.
Thank you. And taking your first concern first, could you elaborate on your concerns about how the flex portfolio allocates funds to beneficial electrification?
Certainly. So there has been a lot of talk in this hearing already about the differences between the assumptions about incentives that we made and the company made and the annual budgets that we have both proposed. And most of that discussion has centered around the end of the projection period towards 2030. Where the company's incentive assumptions were a lot higher than ours, and the budgets they proposed likewise were much higher than ours. But the more accurate way to think about the differences between our two proposals is that they are mirror images of each other. So in the early years, 2024 through 2026, we recommended higher incentives to jumpstart market adoption for a technology that is relatively novel in Colorado. And the company assumed that those starting incentives, particularly in the years 2024 and 2025, were consistent with what they are offering today in the 2023 Demand Side Management Beneficial Electrification Plan. Whereas we assumed and would recommend a $4,000 incentive for cold climate heat pumps, which is about twice what the company is offering today. So it would follow that if the commission agrees with our recommendation to offer higher incentives and larger BE budgets to jumpstart the market for BE, that it should approve higher annual budgets in the years 2024 to 2026.
And does the company appear to agree that its modeled incentives in those early years are too low?
I would say the company has expressed openness to quote unquote front loading incentives in those years. I'm referring specifically to the testimony of Mr. Mark in saying that. But to my knowledge, that area of potential agreement was not reflected in the budgets that the company proposed for the flex portfolio.
And does the budget flexibility that Mr. Eiley requests in his direct testimony, I believe that's on page 73, which requests unlimited flexibility to move the overall 5-year budget between years, does that address your concern about how funds are allocated?
It doesn't really address it because I think that the annual budgets that the company proposes should reasonably reflect the amount that they intend to spend in each year and that the commission thinks it's reasonable in each year. And so that's what's going to allow them to plan their program design and their incentive levels after the conclusion of this proceeding. I fully recognize that the commission is not being asked to approve specific incentive levels in this proceeding, but it is being asked to approve annual budgets that were modeled based on assumptions about incentive levels. So again, to the extent that those assumptions may have been too low in the early years, I think the commission should approve higher annual budgets in 2024 through 26.
And so do you have a recommendation for this issue that you've raised?
Yes, I would recommend taking half of the currently proposed flex budget. So that's half of 119 million or 59.5 million and reallocating that back to the 2024 through 2026 period beneficial electrification budgets as follows. So $15 million added to the 2024 BE budget, $25 million added to the 2025 BE budget, and $19.5 million added to the 2026 BE budget.
And Ms. Fickling, what is your recommendation on hydrogen?
My recommendation on hydrogen, like I said earlier, and as I've gone into more detail in my answer testimony on, I don't recommend that the commission approve hydrogen budgets in years 2027 and 28. Instead, if it adopts the flex portfolio, what I would recommend is allocating that $26 million that the company has proposed for hydrogen back to the flex budget in those years.
Thank you. And Ms. Fickling, going back to your budget recommendation response, are there any other proposed program budgets that should be reallocated to the early year BE budget?
Yes, first I would recommend reallocating the $20 million that are currently allocated to recovered methane in each year to the early year BE budget in the amount of $20 million per year. And I would recommend that in those early years, if the company wishes to pursue market development for recovered methane, that it do so through the market transformation portfolio. Secondly, for reasons I've specified in answer testimony, I do not recommend that the commission adopt the third vertical that the company has proposed on certified natural gas, and also recommend that that $14 million budget that the company has allocated over 5 years for CNG be reallocated to the BE budget at a flat rate of $2.8 billion per year.
And so to summarize, what is the total BE budget that you're proposing in the years 2024 through 2026?
Sure, I'm proposing $65 million in 2024, $92 million in 2025, and $110 million in 2026.
Thank you, Ms. Fickling. And do you recommend any procedural changes to the 2026 check-in process?
I do. In the interest of time, I understand that Ms. Mejia Cunningham will go into detail on her procedural concerns and her recommendations for addressing those concerns with the Flex portfolio. And I'll just say I support the recommendations that I understand she is planning to offer in her oral direct testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Fickling. I have no further questions for you on the Flex portfolio. With that, Ms. Fickling is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Okay, I have Public Service Company, 20 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fickling.
Good afternoon.
We've met before, but I'm Matt Larson. I'm Counsel for Public Service. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you again.
So I want to try to catch up to your testimony on the Flex portfolio a little bit. So if I understand this right, we're going to take the recovered methane budget for the early years and we're going to put that into beneficial electrification. Is that right?
That's right. I'm proposing to do that at least from years 2024 to 26.
So in 24 to 26, we're going to take the 20 million recovered methane annual. We're going to put that into those early years, correct?
Correct.
Now we're going to take the vertical $3. We're going to move those into beneficial electrification and DSM. Is that right?
Yeah. And I would recommend doing that across 5 years.
And you spread
that would cover 2024 to 28.
Okay. Was there anything else that was moving around? Then we had the hydrogen money moving somewhere as well.
The hydrogen money would move from the hydrogen budget in 2027 to 28 to the flex budget in the same amounts from 27 to 28.
So essentially, to summarize, we pull out of different pots of money, pull it together, put it all into one strategy, and then spread it out in different volumes over the different years. Is that right?
I guess I don't know if I would quite agree with the characterization one strategy, but I think your characterization that we are moving pots of money around from the originally proposed flex portfolio is correct.
Right. So we're going to look at, vertical $3, hydrogen dollars, 27, 28, recovered methane dollars, 24, 25, 26. Take that, move it all into beneficial electrification DSM.
I think the hydrogen was going into the flex budget, but otherwise, yeah, I would agree with that characterization.
So between now and 2026, assuming that was adopted, we would have all dollars for everything on beneficial electrification and DSM. Is that right?
Yes, that is my understanding. Apart from I haven't proposed any other changes to the company's market transformation portfolio, vertical 2.
Sure. We set that aside. Yeah.
Okay.
So just looking at the dollars that you talked about, though, we've now taken all of it. We've put it into beneficial electrification and DSM 2024 to 2026, and then we do the check-in and we go from there. Correct?
Yeah, that's a fair characterization.
Mm-hmm. And so under the company's flex budgets, so going back to the company's flex budgets now, not the ones we just talked about, is it your understanding that those are based on a roadmap adoption trajectory?
The company's flex budgets are based on the roadmap adoption. My recollection was that the amended preferred portfolio, which turned into the BE budgets from the flex base portfolio, came from roughly the roadmap adoption trajectory. But I think the actual flex budget that's being proposed, that's higher. That's additional. That's my understanding.
Right. So just to put a finer point on that, 2024, 2025, 2026 budgets under the flex, let's just talk about flex base.
Sure.
Those budgets are based on the roadmap trajectory, correct?
That is roughly my understanding, with the sort of caveat that I think, obviously the 2021 roadmap was modeled in 2020, I believe. So while the clean heat targets were modeled off of that adoption trajectory, what I believe the company did is sort of take that original roadmap trajectory and move it forward move it back 3 years, because BE is being deployed starting in 2024 under this plan. And the reason why I point that out is because I think a lot of this relates to our ability to hit or even come close to hitting the 2030 targets for clean heat. And so a roadmap trajectory so modified may not be able to get us there. The other thing I would point out about that is that the trajectories modeled by the company were in line with roadmap growth, but the incentive assumptions are separate from that. They assume that incentives remain at the levels they are today. And I think what we're testifying on, because we also agree that it's going to take some time to ramp up the BE market. Mm-hmm. But I think our concern specifically revolves around how those budgets were created and with what assumptions about incentives. And when we modeled a budget that is, I think, over twice what the company modeled for the APP/flex based portfolio, we assumed a much higher incentive, and I think we stand by that assumption about a higher incentive to drive adoption. And that is the other thing that increases the budget. It's not just about like how much BE we can generate in that time. It's also about what we're providing to customers to be able to adopt BE appliances.
Mm-hmm. And you're familiar with the company's budget flexibility proposal, right?
I am, yes.
So if the company were to commence down the road of implementing the flex-based portfolio and saw higher interest, higher demand in beneficial electrification, DSM, the company had the ability to flex those dollars up. Isn't that true?
Well, I think the budget allocation, though, in those early years would necessarily affect planning for the incentive levels adopted. And I think what we're trying to say is, like, given sort of what we know about basic relationships between the incremental cost and customer demand for appliances, we have a better chance of generating that robust adoption so that customers do demand more of those appliances if we offer a higher incentive to start.
But is budget flexibility better or worse in those early years in terms of being able to increase the budget in response to what's actually being seen in the market? Better or worse?
I would say budget flexibility is better than no budget flexibility. Just kind of speaking generally, but what I'm trying to say is that I don't think the budget flexibility fully mitigates my concern.
Okay. We'll move on from the flex portfolio. I want to talk briefly about your cross-answer testimony.
Sure.
So you do work on the electric side too, right? On the company's electric business?
Less so lately. I did work on the 2021 ERP, but that's probably the last time I worked on an electric case.
You testified in the company's 2021 ERP, didn't you?
I did.
And you're familiar with how the ERP process works?
Generally.
So I'm going to characterize it. Tell me if you agree or disagree. We essentially go through a process. We determine a resource need. We go out and solicit resources, and then we build resource portfolios for commission approval. Agree?
Yes.
And at the end of the process, you come down to 15, 20 resources that are in a portfolio, give or take. That sound right?
That sounds right.
Mm-hmm. And then in terms of implementing that portfolio, it comes down to, if it's a company self-build, they need to go do commercial transactions with the entities that are going to help them build the project. If it's an IPP project, they're going to have to go enter into a PPA, right?
That is my understanding of how it works.
So
I haven't participated in the phase 2 part of the ERP, so yeah. I'm trusting you a little bit, but that is my general understanding.
But it's basically 15, 20 decisions that ultimately have to be come to in order to implement that plan, correct?
Again, I'll trust you because I have not done the phase 2 side of it. But
can we pull up your cross-answer testimony, which is hearing exhibit 1404? I think there's a public and confidential. We can just go to the public version. And if we could go down to what I believe is page 19 and go down to line, I think it's line 11. And there at line 11, you pose a couple of questions there. How quickly will the company ramp up adoption of heat pumps, ? Of other decarbonization technologies, ? Markets for these technologies cannot be built overnight.
Mm-hmm.
That's your testimony, right?
Yep.
And because markets for different decarbonization options can't be built overnight, it's important to start now, right?
I agree with that.
And clean energy markets, especially on the electric side, took a long period of time to get going. Isn't that true?
Generally, I would agree.
And I want to focus in a little bit on this question that you pose, which is how quickly will the company ramp up adoption of heat pumps?
Mm-hmm.
And when you say that, you're not saying, I assume I'm reading this right, you're not saying the company itself is going to adopt heat pumps. Customers are going to adopt heat pumps, but it's going to be what can the company do to help those customers adopt heat pumps, correct?
I think that's correct, yes.
And so basically what the company can do in that context is provide support in the form of incentives, marketing, outreach, other assistance, right?
I think that's right.
But the ultimate decision as to whether to adopt ultimately rests with the customer, correct?
It does.
And that's house to house, tens of thousands of decisions, right?
The company can influence it. It can change the economics for individual customers through multiple mechanisms. But yes, the ultimate decision to adopt rests with the customer.
Yeah, so when we look at portfolios in the clean heat context and recognize that we're doing this for the first time. The more electrification that's in the portfolio, the more individual decisions that we're ultimately going to be relying on, right?
I would say a qualified yes. You know, I think in aggregate, even when we're talking about customer behavior, there is a long history of implementing, you know, both energy efficiency and DSM incentives, but also incentives for other appliances. We have experience, for example, significantly ramping up the market for EVs in Colorado. So what I'm trying to say is that yes, it rests on customer decisions, but I would not characterize customer adoption as entirely unpredictable, to the extent that we can't sort of reasonably project that there will be some economic response to ramping up incentives. And you know, even in the electrification context, at this point we have 3 years of company history ramping up its BE programs. We have BE programs that have been implemented by the city of Denver, the city of Boulder, that have gotten really good adoption. So, you know, it isn't, yes, we are dealing with uncertainty, but at the same time, we have data that we can draw on to sort of draw the conclusion that incentives do work to move customer behavior.
Sure. And incentives can be offered, assistance can be offered, marketing can be offered. My only point was that ultimately the decision is going to lie with the customer.
I'd just like to object here to the form of the question. I think counsel is providing the company's position rather than asking a question of the witness.
I was actually asking her a question as to whether the customer ultimately makes the decision or the company makes the decision, because her testimony was unclear on that point.
Ms. Flickling, to the extent you can answer, please.
I agree that the company can administer incentive programs, but ultimately it is the consumer who does purchase the appliance.
Sure. So here, in terms of implementation and the decisions that have to be made, ERP, we have 15 to 20. Here we have tens of thousands, and that's okay. It's just a difference in the implementation, right?
There are differences in implementation between the electric and the gas side, yes.
And to the extent we diversify the portfolio a little bit, we do become a little bit less reliant on the number of decisions that have to be made on an individual basis. Isn't that true?
I think this may be an area where we and the company disagree, for two reasons. One, because there are, I would say, significant uncertainties with the other resources that the company is proposing. So let's take hydrogen, for example. The company proposed, it's in its initial application and extended in its rebuttal testimony, a proposal for a hydrogen blending demonstration project in Adams County. I'm trying to figure out how I phrase this, but the company didn't specifically mention this in its rebuttal testimony, but there was some media coverage of the demonstration project that occurred over the summer that was negative and indicated that at least some customers that would be receiving that hydrogen had significant concerns about it. And there has been a lot of discussion in this hearing about the extent to which customers should or need to consent to being delivered hydrogen. And I, fully recognize that the company and several interveners might disagree about that. But the fact is, it is come up in this hearing. And it's come up externally. In order to move forward with that project, the company would need to obtain a permit from Adams County. to start blending, is my understanding. That permit goes through a political process. So, when yes, there are customer decisions that are necessary for ramping up beneficial electrification, but I disagree that other resources that the company proposed don't have the same inherent uncertainties, including customer opinion.
Right. And my only point is, to the extent we put all of the money, like under your proposed modification to the flex portfolio, we put all of the money into beneficial electrification and DSM, we become entirely reliant on that set of decision-making, house to house, tens of thousands of decisions in order to be successful. And we provided no diversification across the portfolio in terms of our strategy. Isn't that true?
Again, Commissioner, I'd like to object to the form of the question. I think it's argumentative, and council is again testifying rather than.
I can withdraw the question, and we don't have any more questions from Ms. Ficklen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Larson. All right, I believe we are on to Commission Council.
No questions for Ms. Fickling. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Dundas. Commissioner Plant.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Hello, Ms. Fickling. Good afternoon. Good to see you again.
Good afternoon. You too.
I have a couple questions about the PFB, sort of how you decided on a portfolio, basically how you developed. I think you talked about in the PFB that it was a bottom-up approach. One of the challenges that I've had with the company's development of their portfolio is that they used ratepayer funds for supply side resources, and then they used a total customer cost to evaluate consumer sided resources, which I think doesn't really compare apples to apples when you're talking about how much ratepayer funds would be required to reduce emissions. And I'm not sure. I'd like to know a little bit more about how the coalition that developed the PFB came about, your portfolio, how you developed the mix that you did develop at the incentive levels that you proposed.
Yes, and I guess I'll just say at the outset, our analysis is quite a bit less complex than the company's. We worked on it ourselves. We did not have a consulting firm doing the model with us. So, I think it's based on good information and good assumptions, but you're going to find a lot less complexity in our assumptions and results than in the company's. I would say first we started with, I said we didn't have a consultant work with us on the model, but we did have a consultant, Synapse, do a report for us that they were working on previously that compared generally the cost of various building decarbonization resources from a utility cost perspective. And what they found was that they actually estimated relatively lower cost per ton of deploying hydrogen and RNG than the company did. I believe the estimate was somewhere around $250 a ton, whereas the company has come up with roughly $350 a ton for hydrogen and over $400 a ton for most of the hydrogen that they've included in their modeling. Some of that hydrogen, of course, is estimated to be less expensive, and you see the sort of upward sloping supply curve that they've estimated. But we started out assuming that both resources were around $250 a ton. The incentives that the company offers today for cold climate heat pumps, which is around $2,000 per appliance. If you levelize that, that is a cost of around $45 a ton of emissions achieved over the 15-year lifetime of the appliance. So, what we concluded from that is that there is significant headroom to raise current incentive levels for beneficial electrification without running up against at least what we estimated to be the cost per ton of hydrogen and RNG. And here, another consideration wasn't just short-term cost effectiveness of the resources, but also, we thought about, and I would encourage the commission to think about the longer term scalable potential of the resources. I think another, I hesitate even to call it uncertainty, it's a limitation of RNG and hydrogen is in their scalability towards meeting a net zero 2050 target, which is ultimately the goal that we're trying to achieve in the state. Hydrogen has a, at least according to most of the literature, has a blend wall of around 5% to 20%, depending on which literature you're looking at before there start to be impacts on customer appliances and requirements for distribution pipeline upgrades. RNG has a limited potential in the state. According to the Colorado Energy Office, RNG can replace about 10% of today's natural gas consumption before we simply exhaust the sort of waste methane that is available for capture in the state of Colorado. So I think scalability is a major issue as well. So we sort of made a decision at the outset for those two reasons to focus on electrification and efficiency. And for the split between electrification and efficiency, we were trying to get as much as we could out of electrification because that is where the real potential for decarbonization occurs in the short term. Because instead of reducing consumption by say 10% for a home that receives an electrification upgrade, say like converts a furnace to a heat pump, their gas consumption for space heating goes to zero. Assuming that is an all-electric heat pump, and we did model hybrid electric and gas heat pumps as well, or electric with gas backup, I should say. From there, the adoption rate that we modeled is, I would say, an accelerated roadmap. Adoption curve, kind of building off of a large volume of research on how customer market adoption typically tends to work. We modeled an S-curve adoption trajectory for heat pumps that eventually reaches 100% of AC replacements and 35% of gas furnace replacements. Choosing to focus on AC replacements, I mean, we go into detail on this quite a bit in the report, but just first of all, what we were hearing from stakeholders that we talked to, and secondly, just the economics of the replacements. It is both easier for the contractor to do an AC replacement in the summer than to do a furnace replacement in the winter with a heat pump, from what we've heard. And then secondly, the economics for sort of like for like AC replacements with a standard heat pump, keeping the gas backup, work out quite well. There is a relatively low incremental cost between a sort of AC and a standard heat pump today. And with a furnace replacement, it's a little bit more complicated. So that was what led us to focus the replacements in that way. And then incentive levels. This is fairly qualitative. And there's some things that I want to clarify with respect to how the company has sort of characterized our incentive level assumptions. So first of all, incremental costs influenced but did not determine the incentive levels that we assumed. So to give an example of that, we assumed a $10,000 whole home all electric incentive starting in 2024. That does draw down pretty quickly, but even though according to the data we have, all electric new construction has a negative incremental cost compared with mixed fuel construction, we recognize that the market for that is currently extremely nascent. And we figured that a large incentive was necessary to drive that market adoption. So that gives one example where we're not just looking at the incremental cost of the appliance, but kind of similar to what Mr. Mark was saying yesterday. We were looking at sort of where the market is right now, what other states or other utilities are offering for BE incentives. I mean, we did cite the $4,000 whole home incentive in Maine, which is being offered. but also Puget Sound Energy offers a similar incentive level. The city of Denver offers a roughly, I think it's $3,500 for a cold climate heat pump, and they've had a really good uptake of that program. So we're looking at other jurisdictions as well to kind of gut check what we should be doing and what we should assume in the near term. And then to speak to how incentive levels are drawn down throughout the projection period, because I think that's been a subject of significant discussion. So Mr. Eiley pointed out in his testimony that we draw down incentives for two measure categories, standard heat pumps and all electric new construction to zero by, I believe it was 2029. We don't assume that there's anything magical about the year 2029, but we assume by then the market has transformed enough to allow that, given the low or negative incremental cost when considering federal and state incentives. So in other words, the incentive level is not responding to the specific year in which it's offered, but it's responding to market conditions. And I think in implementation, if the commission were to implement the pollution-free buildings portfolio, there would need to be some adaptation to where the market actually is in reality. So for example, if we only had 20 to 40% heat pump adoption by 2028, it may not make sense to draw down the incentives right away. But with the budgets that we've proposed, one would still be able to offer a higher incentive because adoption is lower. And as we know, the total program cost for BE is incentive levels times the number of incentives actually given out. So I would characterize that drawdown as more reactive to the adoption levels that we're modeling, rather than necessarily prescriptive by year, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Thank you for that description. It's really helpful as we're trying to evaluate this. And I would imagine, I think you emphasized in your comments about the flex portfolio a priority towards front loading the BE incentives. And I would imagine there's an emissions benefit to early adoption, as well as trying to move the market, as you mentioned as well. Is there a threshold at which there's diminishing returns? So if we're incentivizing this, it's not a sort of a linear adoption as we go up. What's a good way for the commission to start thinking about sort of where that level of diminishing returns might be? Is it based on the roadmap or targets within the roadmap, or the roadmap plus X%, or how should we think about that?
When you talk about diminishing returns, just to clarify your question, are you talking about kind of at what market adoption level one should start drawing down incentives? Or are you talking more about, like, say we don't get the adoption that we want with a $4,000 incentive, how should we think about it, increasing to 6,000 or 8,000, and at what point is it just too expensive to be cost effective? I'm just trying to figure out which kind of line going down.
Yeah, what I'm thinking about is there's a certain market out there, right? And you're impacting the market up to a certain level. And is there a way that we can think about at what level are we trying to incentivize the market before the point, past the point where it's prepared to be incentivized? You're basically you're not reaching a certain percentage of the population yet.
Yeah, I would say other incentive programs that I can think of, just kind of off the top of my head, like referencing LEDs, for example. Utilities started to draw down their incentive programs for LEDs after market adoption reached like 75% of a line lamp sales. So I think, I think maybe one of the things that you're getting at is that after a certain point of market adoption, two things are going on. So one, there are a lot of people who would have adopted for a lower incentive. So offering the higher incentive across the board to a lot of people may not be the best use of ratepayer money. And the second thing being that, I guess, according to traditional, market theory, like if you look at the development of what we usually use to model market adoption of novel technology is the Bass diffusion curve. It's based on a theory of you have your early adopters, you have your imitators, people who for lack of a better technical way to characterize this, will buy it if everybody else does, and then you have like your laggards or your skeptics who either won't buy for any level of incentive or would require a very high incentive to adopt it. And for the laggards or the skeptics, as I said in my testimony, I don't think incentives are the effective way to move that section of the market. And to tread on an area that has already been very kind of hotly discussed in our testimonies, it is the reason why I think the roadmap has always envisioned, I think we envision that the state does need to step in and offer complementary policies or backstop policies if we are to get that last tranche of adopters.
And that policy change that you're suggesting should come, that's after the period of this plan.
That is what we recommended, yes.
Right. Let me see. One of the other things I would imagine, well, before I get to that, we were talked a little bit about incentives for the homeowners. Do you see a role for contractor incentives, basically moving up the chain to try and, get these, basically get the market pushing the technologies for you out there?
Absolutely. And this is something that is of concern to us. I think it's probably not just tax incentives. Mr. Pierce talked a lot about how program design can also influence contractors' willingness to adopt or willingness to offer. But there's, actually a bill in the legislature right now that would offer tax credits to contractors for their first 10 heat pumps installed.
Okay.
And so, it's measures like that, I think that bring contractor skin in the game and encourage more contractors to get into this market that are essential. Because most people, when their furnace breaks down or their AC breaks down and they're cold or hot, just kind of want to get a new appliance in and are going to reach out to the contractor that they're familiar with and do what they say.
And not to beat a dead horse here, but I would imagine financing is a big component of uptake and adoption as well.
Absolutely. We recommend that the commission look at adopting TOBF, tariff on bill financing. I would support that for both low income as well as middle income customers, because the fact is even customers that would not qualify for low income programs, a lot of people don't have $20,000 lying around to buy a new appliance, and financing is critical. And one of the concepts that there's an organization called HVAC 2.0 that's run by a former HVAC contractor and is working on some of these market issues. And what are the things that they recommend, particularly because there's a sort of installation and sourcing hurdle when it comes to heat pumps at the moment. What they recommend is a preventative maintenance approach. So basically, that your gas furnace or your air conditioner is about to die. Don't wait until it actually dies. Move proactively to install your next appliance, which hopefully will be a heat pump with all of the incentives on offer. And I think that approach in particular, because it, for the majority of people, it has to be financed. I think tariffed on-bill financing would indirectly encourage that type of approach by allowing customers to finance it on their bill and then have that bill tied to the property rather than the person, which I would imagine is also a barrier for households.
Okay, and I don't think we really have much of a record on bill finance or on bill repayment in this proceeding, but I think it is in the ongoing DSM proceeding. And to your point about income qualified, I mean, one of the things that we've certainly discussed here at the commission is the importance of 0% financing for income qualified customers. But I noticed in your proposal, it looked to me as though the heat pumps were being entirely financed through the rebates or the incentives. I think I saw $24,000 level incentive for IQ cold. The heat pumps.
That's our assumption. There is a trade-off there. So if we assume that 20% of funds allocated to BE in this proceeding are spent on income qualified customers, there are fewer income qualified customers who will fit into that overall budget. If we are providing $26,000 per appliance or $24,000 per appliance. So to make these incentives available to more income qualified customers, the commission could look at reducing that. You know, to maybe along the lines of the IRA, which offers incentives capped at $8,000 for income qualified customers. I would imagine those would be stackable as well. So an $8,000 rebate coming from Excel could be stacked with the $8,000 IRA rebate to get to, if not the entire installed cost of the appliance, at least most of it. So, you know, I actually would encourage the commission to look at different approaches, because this is some sort of an uncomfortable tension that we encountered in the modeling of the income qualified incentives and budgets.
Okay, thanks. And onto the issue of the seams, which we discussed briefly with Mr. Brandt. I know that the individual companies or organizations have taken a position on how they see this split between gas and electric customers. I don't know if it's in the PFB specifically, but is WRA's position a 75-25 or a 50-50 or 100, or what is that?
It is. We didn't get into it in the PFB specifically, but we took a position on cross answer that was aligned with Mr. Brandt's.
Okay. And one of the concerns that I have, and I brought this up with Mr. Eiley, is that we're leaving out electric only customers entirely. I think, and I think in your proposal it also leaves out the electric only customers. I think the company's proposal leaves out the gas only customers, and you include the gas only customers in your proposal. Let me just throw out an idea and see what you think about it. Since Eric isn't here, the chairman isn't here, I'll be the one that says, let me just throw out an idea, because one of us has to do it. So what if we were to say, I mean, we have a CHP proceeding, I think, that's going on for the gas companies right now. It's, in its early stages. What if we were to say that for the electric only customers, we cover 100% of BE, which would be backed out with the results of the CHP proceeding, to the extent the gas companies right now, I don't think they have I don't think any of them have proposed any BE in their plan. But if that were a part of an ultimate decision, that would back out of the electric component of a BE incentive for Excel customers that are serving those gas customers. And on the gas side, or let me just say 50-50 for the dual fuel. I mean, we can argue over percentages, and then on the gas side, it would be 50% if their electric company was also providing a matching 50%. So basically an incentive for the electric companies, which are not under our purview, were to offer a match to that 50, we'd basically be able to get that full spectrum of customer base covered by the beneficial electrification incentives. Is that something that, well, just give me like what your initial response might be to that idea?
I guess my initial question is, how would the accounting work for, say, incentives that were paid for by Xcel for its electric only customers through, my understanding of your proposal is that it would be paid for through the CHP rider rather than like the DSMCA or.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Basically be trying to get a straight line program that's available for all Xcel customers, but the allocation of the percentage of the cost might be different depending on who the other partner is.
Yeah, my initial question is who accounts for the emissions? So in other words, would the company count the emissions reductions that it funds for its electrification only customers in its CHP obligation, even though it's not coming from the gas side of its business, it's coming from the gas side of someone else's business. And to me, that feels like a hard question to answer. But that's me. That is my initial attempt at thinking out loud.
Yeah. So one of the big challenges that we might think about is how those emissions allocations are distributed or compensated in whatever way. Okay, that's helpful. That's all the questions I had. Thank you very much, Ms. Pickling. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Ms. Pickling.
Good afternoon.
Let me get up all my pages here. Okay. All right, I have a couple questions for you. I want to focus on a couple of the major disagreements in modeling, so I can kind of understand your perspective and ideally how the model is different. I know a lot of it was in the testimony, but I'm getting sharper every day, so I'll probably understand it better if I hear it now. So the first is on the cost trajectory of electrification. So the electrification itself, what it'll cost customers, as well as the incentives needed to spur action there. So I guess, tell me maybe what the main basis of your assumptions are around those costs and kind of what influence factors as we go out over time and over adoption, you all have modeled and the sources for why you think that on those costs.
Yeah, and I think my answer will be relatively similar to what I told Commissioner Plant. So there were multiple factors that went into what we assume to be our starting rebate levels, kind of bucketed as what is the incremental cost of the appliance, and will a rebate cover all or most or maybe even more than 100% of that incremental cost. To a bucket of what are other utilities and jurisdictions doing across the country, looking at maybe more nation leading utilities and jurisdictions to see what incentive levels they are offering. And then 3, how does it compare to what the company is doing today? So for some incentives that we offered, such as the standard heat pump incentive, I don't think we wanted to offer more than what the company is offering today, because at least by our estimation, when you combine that with other incentives that are available, it more than covers the incremental cost of the appliance. And it's also, we see it as a stepping stone, but less sort of preferred from a long-term perspective than cold climate heat pumps. So we kept that relatively similar to the way it is today, but did want to double the cold climate heat pump incentive, and thought it might be reasonable to start there. There is always significant uncertainty when it comes to what rebate levels are going to spur what appliance adoption. I will say in developing the pollution-free buildings portfolio, we talked to some staff from the city of Denver. The way their program started, that they currently administer, their climate action rebates, they started with an $8,000 incentive for cold climate heat pumps that became oversubscribed and sold out within like a couple months of when it was offered. What they told us was, at least in their estimation, an incentive around, it's just under $4,000, struck a balance between generating good market adoption, but also without oversubscribing the program or becoming exorbitantly expensive for the city. So that was, that was also a particular data point that was a starting point for us. Like I don't think there's anybody who has a crystal ball, or any intervener in this case that can guarantee that a certain incentive level will definitely get a certain amount of adoption, but it seemed like a reasonable place to start. I think what I'm trying to say is this is highly qualitative.
Yeah, and it sounds like quite a bit based on that kind of perceived incremental capital cost of the equipment over whatever would be considered the alternative. I was just wondering, to what degree do you think operating costs factors in to kind of necessary incentives? Obviously, it wouldn't change the actual adoption cost for a customer, but into what sort of incentive level is necessary to spur action, or how quickly might we see pickup? We have natural gas rate projections in this proceeding, which do point to a pretty steep increase under most scenarios in natural gas rates. And so I was wondering, to what extent does the operating cost differential factor into what is necessary to spur that action from customers?
That is a really good question. I think it does factor in. It's not, I would say it's not something that we factored explicitly, in the sense of having like a formula that, since the operating cost differential between gas and electric is, this much in Colorado, we're going to adjust the incentives by this much. But I think realistically it does, significantly influence customer adoption. And on that front, this is maybe somewhat tangential to your question, but I think it's relevant. We recommended in testimony that the commission look at, among other things, different rate structures for heating customers. I understand that's something that's been proposed in other proceedings. And because we in Colorado do today have a steep, relative to the rest of the country, kind of differential between the operating cost of a gas appliance and the operating cost of a heat pump. Gas rates are relatively cheap in Colorado relative to electric rates, compared with some other jurisdictions. So we did propose that the commission look at a heating specific rate to kind of address that. It does seem like gas rates are rising, even independent of the issues that Mr. Hagelin pointed out with decreasing sales. The company's revenue requirement in its bill impact forecasts that it filed in this proceeding, it projected that the revenue requirement was going to increase by something like 30% between 2023 and 2030, as I recall. And, obviously we recommend that the commission use NPAs to mitigate that to the extent possible, but that does seem like a trend that's occurring independent even of CHP implementation. and it's something that would impact the economics for customers.
Okay, thanks. Okay, another what I understand to be main difference, looking at the air conditioner replacement issue. Ms. Federico, can we pull up attachment MF6? I just want to look at some of the cost assumptions there to understand their source. And understandably, some might be from sweep. I don't know. Page 31. Just scroll down so we can see that green table. Awesome, thanks. So I know it says the source is sweep, and technically I just had Mr. Brandt here, but I don't anymore. I was just curious how much you knew about the origin of the cost of equipment assumed, especially for air conditioners, kind of, you know, upon what some of those assumptions are based.
That did come from sweep. So the origins of the cost specifically came from Mr. Petroy. But the thing I can speak to is the $8,000 discrepancy from Mr. Oz's testimony, where in that table that was presented in that testimony, you had a $16,500 cost for a standard heat pump with no furnace cost added to that we listed in our table in the report. And then you had a number of comparator costs that included a furnace plus standard heat pump. And the reason why we listed that $16,500 cost as a standalone cost was because we were assuming that standard heat pumps would replace the air conditioner only in existing homes with an existing gas backup furnace. And we made an assumption, and this is something that we actually went through in discovery in response to the company. We made the assumption that, you know, some people replace their ACs with a cold climate heat pump. Some people replace their ACs with a standard heat pump and keep their existing gas backup furnace. And the set of customers that would do one versus the other depends on how old the gas furnace backup is. So it's our understanding, you know, based on research as well as, you know, talking to people like Mr. Petroy, that if your gas furnace backup is under 10 years old, your HVAC contractor would not recommend that you replace it. It's an expense that you don't need to incur in order to replace your AC. If the gas backup furnace is over 16 years old, you would want to replace both at the same time. That saves on labor costs, and you might replace that with a cold climate heat pump. For gas furnaces, existing gas furnaces that are between 10 to 16 years, it depends. And so from that perspective, the assumption that some people are just paying that $16,500 cost, that is reasonable. And we're careful not to compare that to a counterfactual of furnace plus AC, but that is compared to a counterfactual of the AC replacement only. And that is why the discrepancy between those two numbers.
Okay, thanks. I understand that better now. Let me just look at my questions real quick. I know I have a few more. Okay, so you had mentioned that you modeled higher incentives for certain electrification measures. I think most electrification measures than the company did. I was kind of curious, are you basing that just off of what their current incentive levels are? Because I think most of my understanding throughout this is we don't have exact incentive levels. We're going to figure out some of the details later. So I was curious, is that compared to current programs, or I quite possibly missed something else where it is compared?
Relative to their current programs as approved in their 2023 DSMBE plan.
Okay, so your assumption was they kind of keep them the same, more or less?
Yeah, so we did most of our modeling over the summer last year, and at that point we had either an approved DSMBE settlement or we knew what the settlement was at the time. So that was when I say current incentive levels, that is what I mean.
Okay, got it. And then I know in Mr. Brandt's testimony, he gives some details of a cost benefit analysis run on the pollution-free buildings portfolio, which it looks like just uses the company's executable cost benefit and runs it through the calculator. And just a question for you, within, I know you're not an attorney, but within Senate Bill 264, one of the requirements that I see in there is quantification of the air quality, health, and other environmental benefits besides greenhouse gas emissions. And I was just curious, to my understanding, that cost benefit calculator does not include any accounting for those, let alone kind of the one isolated item that Dr. Bilsbeck was able to give us some kind of estimated benefits on. And I was wondering, are we missing a benefit stream, in using that kind of cost benefit analysis chassis, in that it doesn't appear we've accounted for any benefits potentially from kind of the other health and indoor air quality or air quality benefits?
I think that's absolutely right. To my knowledge, Ms. Bilsbeck's testimony is the only quantification of the health benefits that we have in this proceeding. And unfortunately, in the run-up to submitting answer testimony, I don't think Mr. Brandt and I were coordinated enough to get Ms. Bilsbeck's data into the cost benefit analysis that he did. So that also omits the air quality benefits that we incorporated into WRA testimony.
Okay. Let me see what else I have. I think that's everything I have for you, Ms. Fickling. Back to you, Mr. Broso.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just getting my notes in order here. Good afternoon, Ms. Fickling. Working backwards, just a few questions for you. Do you recall a few moments ago having a conversation with Commissioner Gilman on the AC cost assumptions that are contained in the pollution-free buildings portfolio?
I do, yes.
I think in that back and forth, you referenced a discovery response that WRA had provided. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. And if we could go to WRA's box, please, and pull up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 1410. And if we scroll to page 2 of this, I think, Ms. Fickling, it will state that you're the sponsor of this response.
Yes.
And then going back up to what the questions were on the first page. Please take a moment to review this if you need, but is this the discovery response that you were referencing in your response?
This does appear to be the discovery request that I was thinking of, yes.
Thank you. And if we could scroll down to the answer there to subpart A, which I think is split across the page. Great. And Ms. Fickling, do you have anything that you'd like to either add in response to Commissioner Gilman or based on what's reflected here?
Nothing really to add. No, I'll just say that this, kind of mirrors what I told Commissioner Gilman and reflects our understanding of best HVAC practice.
And Commissioner, I'd like to move for admission of hearing exhibit 1410.
Mr. Larson.
Yeah, no objection.
Okay, so admitted.
Thank you. Ms. Fickling, switching gears now. you recall having a conversation with counsel for public service in response to your testimony on the flex portfolio? And I think he asked you a question on whether your approach is to essentially pull different pots of money and put them into one strategy that's spread out across years. Do you remember that conversation?
I do.
And could you just expand on your answer on why you don't see this as one strategy, or why you see your approach as a reasonable one?
Well, I think in selecting and implementing a clean heat portfolio, we're really balancing different types of risks, right? And I think, in responding to the pollution-free buildings portfolio, the company has chosen to focus on one risk, which is the risk that customers will not respond to incentives that we provide in a way that we anticipate or maybe hope. And without diminishing that risk or pretending that that is not one risk that we face in implementing clean heat, there are other risks as well. And here I would go back and reference the statute. Well, how does the statute require the commission to evaluate various portfolios that have been put forth before the commission? And the statute does not require the commission to choose a portfolio that, I guess, removes the risk from customer adoption. The statute requires the commission to maximize the deployment of clean heat resources. It says under the cost cap, but then it also provides factors by which the commission can choose to exceed the cost cap. So I guess I'm not a lawyer, but reading those together, I would say maximize the use of clean heat resources, subject to a budget that the commission finds reasonable. And maximize emissions reductions, subject to a budget that the commission finds reasonable. Maximize air quality impacts or air quality benefits for customers and Coloradans. So there are all these factors that the commission needs to consider when it adopts a portfolio. And in particular, regarding that one, maximizing the use of clean heat resources. I don't interpret that, or at least I would encourage that we don't interpret that as a short-term mandate, because ultimately these clean heat plans contribute to our overall Colorado state goal of achieving net zero emissions by 2050. So, one more thing that I would look at when I consider whether portfolios maximize the use of clean heat resources is, maximize the use of clean heat resources out to our eventual 2050 goal. And there it is very clear that there are certain resources that have scalable potential, and there are certain resources that have significant limitations in meeting that 2050 target. And in my answer testimony, I go through several issues that I see with the company's clean molecule scenario. That is one of two scenarios that they modeled to show what the future might look like out to 2050. And based on those significant issues with resources like hydrogen, synthetic natural gas, I would expect that the all-electric future is, if we are to hit our 2050 goal, the more likely future in that year, in that decade. And that requires us to significantly ramp up adoption of electrification. So, yes, there's always a risk. I would argue that that risk is not solely borne by the company. It's borne by the state of Colorado. It's borne by Coloradans. And ultimately, this is a whole of government effort. The Clean Heat Law was not it was not built to accomplish these targets alone without other state support. That's not what was in the roadmap, the first one or the second one. That's not how the legislature has operated since passing the Clean Heat Standard, where the legislature has passed at least one major piece of buildings decarbonization in every year since the Clean Heat Standard was adopted. This is not, and was never meant to be, the sole law generating emissions reductions in Colorado in the building sector. But ultimately, I think in evaluating these plans, yes, uncertainty is one consideration, but I don't even think it's the most important consideration. I think the most important consideration is, how do we get from here to a 2050 that will look very different from today?
Thank you so much, Ms. Fickling. I think we should end it there, so I have no further questions. Thank you, commissioners.
Excellent. Well, that's it for you, Ms. Fickling. So you are excused. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Okay, next we're moving on to UCA witness Sermos. Go ahead, Ms. Crampton. Oh, I was just gonna say, hold on, sorry to do that and then interrupt you. Harriet, I think we're probably, within a half hour ending. Do you need a break or would you like to just push through this?
I wouldn't mind 10 minutes, 5 minutes, since we're going to be done early anyway.
Okay, does 5 minutes work for you?
Sure,
or you need
just
longer?
5 minutes to get up and walk
Okay.
a bit.
All right.
Thank
Before
you.
we go to you, Miss Crampton, let's just do this. Let's do 5 minutes. We'll come back at 3:17. Thank you. Ms. Crimpton, before I go to you, Mr. Larson, are you back?
I am.
Hey, question for you, on the additional
Yeah.
exhibits requested, just curious timeline, especially if we wrap early, how we get those, incorporated today, so that
Yeah,
everyone.
absolutely. I'm glad you brought it up. We were going to raise it at the end. We are in the process right now of finalizing the modeling responsive to the bench order. We have a very short piece of testimony from Mr. Oz that accompanies that just to explain what's been done. We were intending to file that into e-filings along with a notice of filing. If that works for the commissioners, but whatever your preference is on next steps, it'll be coming in a little hot, like around 4:45, I suspect, but it will be in today.
Okay, and is the size of that as it comes in, like, I want to make sure whatever comes in is immediately usable to the parties to be able to open and transmit. I think it's a big spreadsheet, so I don't know. Yeah.
And I think what we could do is, I believe advisors are able to access the native on the other side of e-filings. And we could also post it to iManage for parties to the case to be able to access. But open to any solution. If Ms. Federico has a different preferred option, we can do whatever here.
Mr. Larson is, sorry, Commissioner Goldman.
No, that was me. Lindsay, go ahead.
Is it confidential or are you filing a non-confidential version or both?
I believe it's public.
It's public. Okay, I think that makes it easier, Ms. Federico, but you can go.
I was just going to say, typically, if we're admitting things during the hearing, they're supposed to come through Box. I defer to you all if you want to do it differently. The only thing I was going to say is, Mr. Larson, if it's an XLSB, e-filings won't take it. We talked about that with one of your other exhibits. So just a reminder, if it's XLSB, it has to go through Box because e-filings won't take it.
Yes, and I'm pleased to report we learned from that experience, and we will mark it as XLS, I believe is the proper way to get it filed so that y'all can access it. We can put it in Box if that's better for you, and just notify you, Ms. Federico. But just to clarify, does the commission want it in e-filings as well?
I know the least about this, so I'll defer to Ms. Bendis.
Mr. Larson, let's put it in Box and then we'll ensure on our side that regardless of whether so I'm envisioning that we're going to end early and there won't be an opportunity to officially admit it into the record this afternoon, unless we want to reconvene to do that closer to 5 when you have that information available. So that'd be one option. Another option would be to upload it to Box, and on our end, we can move it into the hearing folder so that everyone can see it over the weekend, and then you could move for the admission of it on Monday morning. Do those two options make sense?
They do. If I can have one moment just to confer with people that know what they're doing here.
Yeah, Mr. Larson too. I just wanted to confirm, like the original model DRA 12,
Yes.
I so marked as highly confidential, and then the cost benefit DRA 14 I show as not. So just for your reference about if it's confidential or not, I was kind of presuming we'd see both of those types of things come back in, but defer to you on what exactly we'll see.
Yeah, my understanding as of right now is that it's all going to be public. If that changes, I think what we'll do, if you all are comfortable with this, is we'll move it into Box. Ms. Federico, Ms. Dundas, we can notify you all. And if you guys need to move it somewhere in order for all the other parties to be able to see it, we can proceed that way, and then we can tackle getting it into the record Monday morning when Mr. Oz comes on.
You're on mute.
Miss Federico, I'm correct, right? That once we move that into the non-confidential hearing folder, everyone can see it?
Yes, the link that in the email that I sent out to all the parties that talks about the box.com process, there's a link in that email to the hearing folder that has all the exhibits that have been offered or shown. That's where people could see it using that link once I move it over.
Perfect. So yeah, let's do that, Mr. Larson. So when you do get those documents into Box, if you could just shoot Casey and I an email, and then we will move those over so that parties have access to it over the weekend. And then we will discuss any objections or motions for moving that into the record Monday morning. And I don't see any need to have it also e-filed unless Ms. Federico feels differently.
No, because if it's coming in through Box, the admin team will e-file everything from Box after the hearing's over. So it'll end up in e-filings anyway, so probably no need to do it today.
Perfect. Okay, I think that sounds like a plan then.
Excellent. We will proceed down that path. And if there's something different on the confidentiality, I will provide an update to you all prior to us recessing for the day.
Okay. So
That's
Commissioner
great.
Gilman, I think that means that we can just continue through the schedule and finish when we finish today. And then Casey and I will stick around till, you know, the end of the business day and make sure everyone has access.
Okay. That sounds awesome. Great. Okay. Excellent. Thanks for your patience, Ms. Crampton. Sorry, wanted to not leave it to the last minute to figure out exactly what was going to happen with that. Okay. So go ahead and call your witness.
The UCA calls Miss Henry Sermos to testify.
Good afternoon, Miss Henry Sermos.
Hi, good afternoon.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And are you alone as you testify today?
I am.
Is anyone communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes during your testimony, will you please stop and let me know?
Will do.
Okay, back to you, Ms. Crampton, and you have the liberty of 10 minutes of direct on the flex if you'd like.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Miss Henry Sermos. If you could just state your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Leslie, Leslie, Henry, Henry, Sermos, Sermos.
And do you prefer to be called Miss Henry?
Yeah, I do actually.
I see that on your Zoom name, so but I would ask. Miss Henry, how are you employed?
I am employed by the Office of the Utility Consumer Advocate for the state of Colorado.
And what is your position there?
I am a rate and financial analyst.
And in this proceeding, did you draft and cause to be filed answer testimony, which has been previously admitted as hearing exhibit 301?
Yes.
And if I asked you the questions that are posed in that answer testimony, would your answers be the same today?
Yes.
And Ms. Henry, with respect to the company's flex plan proposal, did you have an opportunity to review both hearing exhibit 116, which is Mr. Eiley's rebuttal testimony, as well as the rebuttal testimonies of the company's other witnesses that discuss the flex portfolio?
Yes.
And what is UCA's overall position regarding the flex portfolio?
Well, UCA, just like staff, has concerns about the proposal and recommends that the commission reject the flex plan and modify the company's proposal.
What are some of the UCA's concerns regarding the
Ms. Crampton, I think we're losing you pretty considerably. Maybe try and turn off your video, but we'll need that whole question again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, but we lost the whole last question, so if you can take us back.
Sure. Ms. Henry, what are some of the UCA's concerns regarding the company's flex portfolio?
UCA has several concerns. First, we are concerned about the proposed budget for the flex portfolio. Though we appreciate the increase in reliance on electrification programs, we have concerns about the DSM and BE budgets and how realistic the levels of adoption are. Based on that, in what we have heard from company witnesses like Mr. Mark regarding assumptions and modeling. Second, the Flex portfolio continues to include clean fuel programs with large budgets, which we consider would be better spent on other programs that support electrification. CNG, recovered methane, and green hydrogen, as we have seen through this proceeding, still present high levels of uncertainty for sourcing and elevated costs. So it seems premature to try to include them within this clean heat plan. Third, the Flex portfolio still relies on the plan to maintain high levels of throughput on the gas system.
And can you talk a little bit more about UCA's concern relating to maintaining high throughput levels on PSCo's gas system?
Yeah, the Flex option, like all the previous preferred proposals from the company, relies on the companies to plan to maintain gas throughput at levels of almost 80% of their business as usual approach, which is what Mr. Eiley indicated earlier this week in his testimony. He also mentioned that this was the company's expectations for throughput, regardless of the chosen portfolio.
And you mentioned UCA's concerns about the budget of the Flex plan. Can you explain from UCA's perspective the problem with the budget that is above the statutory cost cap?
Through this proceeding, UCA has argued that the Clean Heat Plan presents a very difficult paradigm. As it appears from the proposal set forth, meeting emission targets provided in the Clean Heat statute is not exactly compatible with the statutory cost cap. Here, the newly proposed Flex portfolio reflects that reality. As Mr. Eiley again testified during his cross-examination, the Flex high budget is approximately 3.2 times the statutory cost cap of $213 million. And these are significant amounts of money that would be assigned to ratepayers in the Flex plan if it is approved. The company claims that its modeling establishes the cost and timing of resources, but company witness Mr. Gardner testified that the real world of operations is very different from modeling. UCA is concerned on that matter because the budget is completely separate from world operations. UCA asked the commission to keep in the forefront of its mind that SB 21264 not only prioritizes meeting targets for emission reductions in the gas and distribution system and end use, but also prioritizes meeting those goals in an affordable manner, especially for DI and IQ customers.
And Ms. Henry, I'm getting some from colleagues that folks are having a hard time hearing you. So if you could just speak a little bit louder.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No worries.
I have kids and they bring all kinds of illnesses, and right now I guess the one it's throat problems, so I'm sounding a little off. Apologies.
Understood. Ms. Henry, from UCA's perspective, why is it against the public interest for a significant amount of money to be assigned to ratepayers if this Flex plan is approved as proposed?
Well, the budget ranges proposed in the Flex plan would create an unnecessary burden, we believe, on ratepayers, in particular for DI and IQ communities. And we have a particular concern for customers who are marginally excluded from bill assistance programs.
And by marginally excluded, do you mean ratepayers who make, for example, $1 more in income to qualify for bill assistance?
That is correct.
Can you explain UCA's concern with the Flex plan that its estimation of BE and DSM is unrealistic?
Well, the Flex plan proposes approval of DSM and BE programs at a scale and pace of adoption based on forecasts that are seen even by company's own witness, Mr. Mark, as a great challenge and measure assumptions that are unrealistic. Allocating millions of dollars of ratepayers' money to funding for forecasts that are uncertain and overly optimistic, we think is against public interest.
And does UCA have concerns about the potential use of the $119 million funds that are held back pursuant to the Flex Plan?
Yes, we share the concern that other interveners have expressed about how these held back funds could be used and allocated to what programs. The company says they intend to use these additional funds for additional electrification. However, there is no language in the Flex Plan that makes this a requirement. In addition to the check-in process itself, we would like to see a system for interveners to review and respond to the company's proposal prior to any budget transfers, including the possibility of conducting discovery and file responsive comments.
And with respect to the Flex Plan's proposal, modified proposal for hydrogen, what are UCA's concern regarding this new proposal?
We consider this updated approach as questionable for multiple reasons and on many levels. First, we don't exactly know what type of hydrogen will be used. Both green and blue hydrogen have been addressed. Second, we are concerned about plans proposed by Mr. Eilis in his testimony, which include exploring the use of hydrogen in company-owned facilities and with a commercial partner or partners. The two hydrogen blending incentives proposed would be should be, we think, fully or at least partially financed by the company as part of the company's own research and development efforts. And this is why in this way kind of uphold their share of the risk for these programs. Given the absence of significant risk-sharing mechanisms in the Flex Plan for potential new investments in hydrogen in particular, the company seems to present a notable lack of incentive to exercise restraint in investments.
And turning to the Flex proposal's rate impact mitigation mechanisms, does UCA have concerns about this aspect of the Flex portfolio?
Yes, the company's proposal relies on a couple of measures. And first, for ratepayers to apply or continue depending on bill assistance, we consider that bill assistance should not be considered a rate impact mitigation plan because bill assistance is itself a function of unaffordability, and it does not capture all DI and IQ ratepayers. Providing bill assistance is a last resort. It does not solve the problem, nor does it provide cover for exorbitant budgets. A true rate impact mitigation would start by considering more conservative budgets and create a mechanism to assess program performance and flexibility for adaptation. We also believe that the commission should not just stop there in this assessment. It must think beyond the boundaries of this hearing. This is why we have proposed examining capacity beyond just NPAs.
And Ms. Henry, do you have any final thoughts about the Flex Plan and any recommendations to the commission, should the commission consider adopting portions of the Flex Plan?
Certainly. UCA believes that the Flex Plan sponsors and currently sponsors an oversized budget and cost-ineffective programs and would burden ratepayers with unaffordable heating and electric costs while not meeting statutory emission targets. So we cannot consider this plan in the public interest. If the commission were to consider the Flex Plan, UCA would like to offer the following recommendations. To approve a checking process during this initial Clean Heat Plan term, where stakeholders would be allowed to conduct discovery and response comments and make it a two-way process where programs are evaluated and scaled based on their performance. We also would like to recommend that the commission adopt reasonable rate impact mitigation measures by approving a more modest and realistic clean heat planned budget that supports only the most cost-effective programs like DSM and BE and is in ratepayers' interest.
Thank you. And Ms. Henry, I don't have any further questions regarding the flex plan. With that, Ms. Henry is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I've got public service for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Henry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Larson.
We have not met before. I'm Matt Larson. I'm counsel for public service.
Nice to meet you.
So just a couple of questions about your testimony regarding the flex portfolio. So you have, as I understand it, UCA has concerns about the adoption trajectories of beneficial electrification and DSM that are baked into the flex portfolio model.
Yeah, I think not just company witnesses, but other interveners have also manifested their concern with the adoption rates that were assumptions that were used for the models that eventually led to these proposals. If we see the adoption rates for programs in the DSM, for example, with heat pumps currently, or in the last report, it was about 2,000 heat pumps a year. And the company would have to increase this by almost, I think it was said something in the range of like 20,000 earlier this week. So what we are concerned is providing for large budgets for these programs and not meeting those goals and those expectations, though we believe that these programs are cost effective and would bring a lot to the table in order to meet these targets.
And do you think it'd be a prudent approach for the company to commence different emissions reduction strategies, assess their success, and then scale them according to that success?
Correct.
I'm gonna object. Calls for a legal conclusion. Ms. Henry's already answered the question, though.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And we actually don't have any other questions. Thank you for your time. It's nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Larson. Commission counsel.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Plant.
I don't have any questions either.
On to me. Hi, Miss Henry.
Hi, Commissioner Gilman.
I just have a couple questions for you. I hear your concerns on budgeting high presumed levels, especially of BE, and you're concerned that they may be overly optimistic, so we may make the budget too high. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Now, it's my understanding that in some programs, if the company kind of underperforms, I guess, the budget or the goals in terms of deploying those rebates, that the rider could or would likely track the actual expenditures. So let's say if we were too optimistic about the success of BE, that we wouldn't spend the whole budget, but spend whatever amount of the budget people demanded in terms of rebates. Does that kind of match your understanding of some similar programs?
Yes.
So do you still have that concern, I guess, the concern that we'd make the budget too big because adoption wouldn't be there or wouldn't be ready or it was too optimistic? If the rider would just follow whatever the actual use of rebates is that such a big concern? I guess is my question.
I think it would depend on the dimension that we are trying to conceive or that we're trying to plan for, because the rider would track, but it would be, there's like a period of certain delay. It's not accurate. So what we don't want is to have additional costs that are added to the customers. And yeah, sure, it could be eventually corrected, but there was still that burden at a certain moment for ratepayers. So that's why we kind of advocate for more restrained budget for both programs.
Okay. And then with regard to rate mitigation, I hear your criticisms on considering PIP alone a rate mitigation tool. But just kind of wanted to zoom out and look at the bigger situation here, especially on the gas system. You know, you had indicated that UCA sees these programs, I think generally referring to BE and gas CSM, as cost-effective programs to pursue. So one of the kind of somewhat obvious modeled outcomes in terms of rate impacts is the more throughput goes down, the more fixed costs as the company models them, I think continuing to escalate basically capital costs of the system or spread across fewer customers on the gas system.
Right.
So like kind of just given this systemic issue with what we're trying to do, what would be other rate mitigation techniques, kind of just given the fundamental friction here of how the economics work if there's less throughput?
Yeah, this is a conundrum that we see in this clean heat plan, that we have these very ambitious targets that we need to meet, and this is why we continue to advocate for capacity reduction, because if we don't have additional investments allocated and distributed through the whole demand, and possibly through an IDOC could consider proper cost allocation to cost causers, both of whether they are expansion for new projects or they are just to resolve system constraints additional to the MPAs, for example, that we see in the GIP. We could potentially send a price signal also to customers, in which electrification naturally becomes more attractive, and not only immediately electrifies customers, and therefore the benefits of electrifications as far as emissions and added gas system are immediately applied. So therefore this would also mitigate rates, because you don't have to pay for additional system investments.
Okay. Yeah. So if I'm thinking of kind of any linkages to capacity reductions, more of a gas infrastructure plan kind of topic, I think, as how we've divided them. In this proceeding itself, it's probably what's the backup fuel, right? In terms of looking at capacity impacts. So I don't know if that causes you all to have an opinion on appropriate backup fuel for heat pumps in terms of capacity impacts to the system.
Mm-hmm.
But then I'm also trying to figure out, so if you see kind of gas system capacity reduction or restraint on spending to satisfy, let's say, more capacity on the gas system as the primary mitigation technique, I guess is your suggestion that would happen in another proceeding. It's my understanding in the way we have it set up, unless you see some more direct linkage that we could or should do in order to satisfy the statutory requirements here.
We proposed in my testimony, and we recommended the possibility of creating an docket, an additional proceeding in which all these other options might be addressed, and get stakeholder participation on how to address this issue more effectively and in a beneficial way for the different parties and for ratepayers as well. This is the reason why we indicated that in my testimony. We did not feel like it was sufficiently addressed within the GIP, and here it was kind of like not precisely the right place to indicate it, because these capacity reductions, we understand, are not directly clean heat resources, but it's something that would benefit the system and provide emissions reductions directly and immediately. And therefore, we continue to advocate to possibly try to consider this, if not here, in a different proceeding.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's our first time doing each, so appreciate thinking through how we can
We are
improve
learning a lot, for
Yeah.
sure. We're all learning a lot.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Ms. Henry. Appreciate that. I don't have any more questions, Ms. Crimpton.
I don't have any redirect. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Henry, you're excused. Thank you so much for your testimony today. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, Mr. Larson.
I have an update on our filing at an appropriate time.
Yeah, go for it.
So contrary to what I said earlier, and sometimes this happens, we do have highly confidential information. So Ms. Federica, Ms. Dundas, does that change the approach? Because there's going to be a public version and a highly confidential version of the modeling that's responsive to the bench order.
Mr. Larson, do you have a way of getting it to the parties other than just through box.com?
Absolutely. We can email it to the highly confidential distro list so that everybody has a copy of that.
Okay, so as long as you promise to do that simultaneously with uploading it to Box, I don't think it should change anything on our end. Is that okay, Ms. Federico?
Yes, that's fine.
I promise to do that.
Sounds like it'll work. Excellent. I was going to go over just expectations for witness order for Monday. So we only have 3 witnesses left, three fresh, brand new witnesses left, I should say. So we've got Mr. Kruger. I think we'll try and hit him first, if that works. Then we've got Mr. Hay and Ms. Cunningham. The only caveat here is I have been informed we just have a need to break the schedule 10:30 to 11:30. So I don't think we'll do anything special, just wherever we are at that point in time, we'll take a break. Then we'll get to the public service company, flex rebuttal, and description of the modeling. Mr. Larson, do you know who's going to do those right now, or should we wait until Monday?
I would anticipate Mr. Eiley will be our witness on the flex rebuttal, and we're going to be evaluating what was said today and determine, whether to put him on or not. But he will be the witness if we have a witness.
Okay, got it. And I've just got that one as a max 25 minutes.
Yep.
And then Mr. Oss, presumably, or whomever is going to represent the modeling after that, will have. Now, you had said he's going to file just a brief testimony with it to explain what was done. Do you anticipate still a need for live direct, or do you think that will kind of handle it?
I would anticipate that should handle most of it. There may be a few kind of introductory questions just to, level set on what he did. Really the purpose of the testimony accompanying is just so we have something, pre-filed that goes into a little bit more detail, just explaining what's there.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. And then our expectation for any parties who do intend to cross, we think it'll be Mr. Oss representing the model. That would be maximum 10 minutes. And then I understand nobody's going to commit right now, probably. You haven't seen any of it, but I'll try and take temperature Monday morning, see how many of those we plan on having when he comes back on. So I'm showing will probably be early afternoon Monday with all this. So any questions on the order or how I see it going Monday? Don't want to count the chicks before they hatch, but it looks like we're not going to need Tuesday by a safe enough margin to think that'll happen.
Questions? Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions, concerns on those orders or how y'all will be receiving the documents today? Okay. With that, we'll recess until 9 a.m.
Chair?
Yes.
Sorry, I did have a couple of outstanding exhibit things from.
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
Mr. Gerhart, yesterday, there was an exhibit that wasn't labeled. I think it was either 605 or 606. Checking in on that one. And then also, there was a exhibit that was hidden from the spreadsheet of public services that I told them they needed to move via box.com, and I don't believe that's happened either. So I just wanted to check in on those two things.
And my apologies, Miss Federico. What number was that on the Piesco issue?
It was the one that was an XLSB. I think it was DRA 12, but I want to double check my numbers. Give me 1 second.
Mr. Gerhart, are you here or?
Yes, Commissioner Gilman. I had sent an email to the parties with hearing exhibit 605. Was just going to wait through the end of day today, and then I can move its admission on Monday when we do Ms. Cunningham, if that's okay.
Works fine with me. Not a problem. Mr. Smith, I remember you had something too on a discovery response.
Yes, Commissioner, and I've been in conversation with Mr. Larson, and I think if it's okay with you, we'd like to push that issue until Monday and see if there's something we can work out with the company. We'll talk to them offline and try to see if we can come to an agreement.
Fewer problems for me to solve is right up my alley.
Great, thank you.
Great. Okay, Mr. Larson. Oh, sorry, Casey.
Oh, I was just going to say, Mr. Larson, it was the highly confidential PDF and executable versions of Exhibit 117 DRA 12.
Okay, I believe they're both in there. At least they're showing on our end of box is my understanding.
Yes, you just have to move for their admission.
Oh.
So I can move them over.
Well, with that, I would move the admission of hearing exhibit 117 that's in our box.
Okay, any objection? And that's 117 DRA 12?
DRA 12, that's correct.
The PDF and executable, correct?
That's right.
All right, so admitted.
Great, thank you.
Any other evidentiary or otherwise problems for us to solve on Friday afternoon?
Nothing further from the company.
All right, well, I hope y'all build really big snow people with all that snow.
There's a lot of snow.
There's a lot of snow. I heard it's kind of.
I feel comfortable representing that on behalf of all the parties.
There's a lot of snow. It does look sunnier behind y'all today. So I don't know if you had to sleep there or what to make it happen with whatever the roads were like, but
well,
appreciate everyone making it.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. With that, everyone enjoy the weekend, and we'll see y'all at 9 a.m. Monday morning to continue the hearing. Thanks so much.
Thank you.